Oh my gosh, look at this. The Dow is down almost 3.5%. Oh, can you hear me? Let's see. I think people can hear me. Oh no, my microphone is over here. Oh no, I gotta bring the microphone. The microphone only works if it's in front of you, you know. Let's try this again. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Look at what's happening again here. Hang on, I gotta fix things. The Dow is down 3.42%. 3.42%. I'll tell you about the other, I'm going to tell you about the other ones too. Let me just fix this as well. Everything's a little messed up here. I'm still out of the country. I'm in Lima, Peru. So please bear with me as I'm in Lima, Peru. By the way, just to tell you about the other indexes here, NASDAQ, the tech-heavy NASDAQ is down 4.65%. The Russell 2000 is down 5.29%. S&P 500 down 4.2%. This isn't yesterday. This is today. This is a new day. This is a new day. China announced they are going to retaliate with their own 34% tariffs on U.S. imports after Trump announced 34% tariffs on China. So look at this. Give me 1 second here. What was I going to do? Oh, hold on a second. Hang on a moment. Hang on a second here. Everything's falling apart. Everything's falling apart. Hang on a second. Again, this is a new day. This is a new day. This isn't yesterday. Stocks went way down yesterday. This is today. Russell 2000 more focuses on smaller companies. S&P 500 is, for many people, the most representative index. So again, let me just give you these numbers again. As you can see, the Dow is down about 3.5%. S&P 500 down 4.16%. Russell 2000 small cap stocks down 5.41%. NASDAQ tech heavy down 4.56%. Crazy. Crazy what is going on today. All right, look at this. I gotta put that in the corner somehow. All right, give me a moment. Let me see if I can put that in the corner. All right, so if I do this, all right, now you can't see it, but I'm going to change it so you can see what I just had on the screen. If you give me a moment, we're going to fix this for you. Okay, now what I need to do is put this like in the corner. Is that going to work? Oh, hold on. Hang on, I got to do something for 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds here. Let me just fix something real quick. We'll get that thing in the corner for you. I think. Let's try this again. Will you go into the corner? There we go. See? So if we put this like over here right now, look at that. There you go. Sell-off worsens and Dow drops 1,000. It's actually now Dow drops 1,400 after China retaliates against Trump tariffs. It's a little bigger here. Oh my gosh. We're going to be reading your comments on the air. We're going to be talking about this. I actually got to check one other thing here. Give me 1 second. Now, as I was coming on the air, wait, what is this? All right, a couple things. Jerome Powell, the chairman of the U.S. Federal Reserve, is speaking in, I think, a half an hour? Or no, which time is that? Which time is that? Or an hour and... No, maybe it's an hour and a half. Anyways, so Jerome Powell, I think is speaking an hour and a half. Also, I think there was just, I'm sorry here. Let me check this. I missed the Canada thing. There was an announcement from Prime Minister Carney. I apologize about that. Give me 1 second here. We'll get you the latest. Just seeing if I have access to it here. Oh, I might actually. Where is this? Maybe I can download it for you. Oops. Let's see here. Where would that be? Okay, well, I'm not seeing it there. Okay, I'm not going to worry about it right now. We're not going to worry about it right now. Let's talk about this. Actually, really quick, let's talk about... If I can get you the Mark Carney video, I will get that for you. But I don't have it right now. Okay, let's talk about this. Look at the Dow is at, guys, the Dow is down 4%. Breaking news, the Dow is down 4%. Oh my gosh. Look at this. The Dow is down 4%. This is today. This is not yesterday. The Dow is down 4% now. And just to update you, the S&P 500 is down 4.77%. NASDAQ is down 5.25%. The Russell 2000 is down 5.64%. This is today. This is today. Oh my gosh. Let me read a few comments here. Matt thinks the stock market was overvalued. This is normal. Raven Knight thinks it's going to continue to fall. Odo Lee says, how far can we go? Hey, thanks to Mitchell Pilot. Mitchell Pilot, thanks for your support. Mitchell Pilot says, nobody here truly understands it has to get worse before it gets better. That's what Mitchell Pilot said. Where is... Wow, incredible. 4 down 4. Thanks to Corey25S For 2SS, Corey 2SS, thanks for your support. Thanks also Kieran Wilson. I appreciate that, Kieran. Thank you also Mitchell Pilot, who thinks the Democrats are loving this. Thanks Quentin from Astoria, our new member too. Thanks to Kenneth Colton for your support. Kenneth Colton says he thinks he's going to have to change his name to Magic Mike because he's going to go broke. I hope, Kenneth, that doesn't happen to Kenneth, that he doesn't go broke. Hey, Kenneth, thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate it. And Mitchell Pilot. Oh, hold on. There was a different Mitchell. Hold on. I'm sorry. I messed up. There's Mitchell Pilot and Mitchell Black. So Mitchell Black, I'm sorry. I got confused. I saw two Mitchells. Mitchell Black, thanks for your support. Mitchell Black said, nobody here truly understands it has to get worse before it gets better. And then Mitchell Pilot said, the Democrats are loving this. And Mitchell Pilot also says, I agree with the other Mitchell 100%. Thank you. Now that we got that cleared up. Sorry about that. All right. Is this article updated yet? This article, guys, look at the stocks. I can't even begin the stream because the prices keep changing. And the headline can't keep up. The headline can't keep up with the actual stock drop. So AP just changed their headline to Dow drops 1,200, but it's actually down over 1,700 points. So let me just, again, as we speak, the stocks are going down. The Dow is now down 4.24%. This is a new day. This is not yesterday. It went down several percent yesterday. This is today. Okay, so the S&P 500 is down almost 5%, 4.8%, 4.88%. NASDAQ is down 5.44%, and the Russell 2000 is down 5.91%. Oh my gosh. Jerry says, hang on, my 401k is tanking. I am furious. Stock markets worldwide are careening even lower today after China matched President Trump's big raise in tariffs in an escalating trade war. Not even a better than expected report on the U.S. job market, which is usually the economic highlight of each month, was enough to stop the slide. These numbers are all old now. It's worse than this. So far, there are few, if any, winners in financial markets from the trade war. European stocks saw some of the day's biggest losses, with indexes sinking more than 4%. The price of crude oil tumbled to its lowest level since 2021, I assume because it's assumed there'll be less demand. Other basic building blocks for economic growth, such as copper, also saw prices slide on worries the trade war will weaken the global economy. China's response to U.S. tariffs caused an immediate acceleration of losses in markets worldwide. I'm going to show you what they said. The Chinese Commerce Ministry said it would respond to the 34% tariffs imposed by the U.S. on imports from China by imposing a 34% tariff on imports of all U.S. products beginning April 10th. Look, remember, tomorrow is when the 10% Trump tariff on every country, baseline tariff, is supposed to kick in. And then April 9th is when the Trump above 10% tariffs on many countries, including China, is supposed to kick in. And then China's retaliation tariff will kick in on April 10th. Could we see some kind of deals or walk back of tariffs before then? Especially with all this market turmoil. We'll see. Hey, the Dow Jones is now only down 3.64%. The U.S. and China are the world's two largest economies. So we'll have to see what actually happens if there's any kind of change in plans before it actually happens. Hang on one sec here. What was I going to check? Oh, one thing I need to check. Give me one moment. Thank you. Okay. I want to get you the actual statement from the Chinese Commerce Ministry. I'd like to read that to you. One moment, please. One moment, please. Ministry of Commerce. I'm pulling it up right now, if the site works. I need to get it in Chinese. Okay. Oh, hold on one moment. I need to do this. This is not behaving right. So give me 1 second here. We want to go to... While I'm doing that, let me put this back up on screen for you while I'm making this quick fix here. Let me get this full screen for you here. For the moment, I'm going to throw this up on the screen. So bear with me. Keep an eye on that for a second. I just have to fix something real quick. Where is this thing I need to fix here? Here it is. Tools. No, we don't want that. There's one thing here. Here it is. Okay, where is settings? Hotkeys. That should be working. Why isn't that working? Oh, it is working. Okay, great. It's done. Okay, I got it working. All right, I'm on the Ministry of Commerce page. Now I need to show you the Ministry of Commerce announcement here. I'm pulling up the actual announcement from China about the retaliation tariffs. If I can. There's a weird thing on the site where it's not translating the way it normally does. It's always something here. Normally I can just translate it. For whatever reason, it's acting strange. Let's try it this way. Weird. All right. Well, I can't show you the actual China announcement now because it's behaving weird. I don't know if it's because I'm in Peru or what. Oh, hold on. That worked. It just translated. One of them translated. Let's see. Was this going to translate? That one translated. Where is the one about the actual tariffs? About the 35%. $11 U.S. companies, rare earths. China took some other measures too, you know. We'll talk about that. There. I think I might have it. I don't have it yet. I'm not gonna worry about it at the moment. I'm sorry. For some reason, I'm on the Ministry of Commerce site in China, and I have 4 different announcements from them about different measures they're taking, but I can't find the one where they just announced the 35% tariffs. I don't know why that is. I really want to show it to you. Last try. We'll just talk about it here. I'll look later. I'm going to stop looking right now. Sorry, that was a big waste of time. I thought I'd be able to get it for you, but for some reason I can't find that one announcement in China. I can find all these other ones. Okay, so I'm going to show you this now, here, as we keep this on the screen. I got to take some comments too. All right, so just to update you, the Dow is down 3.4%. China hits back hard in global trade war with tariffs on U.S. goods. Our viewer, Chowdapao, if I'm reading that right, thinks America just got removed from global trade markets. This is not healing. We are being isolated from the world. Let's see here. Fallen May, if I'm reading the name right, says Fallon May says this is a trade war where we are alone. You can see Reuters says, I'll show you what they say. I will show you what they say in a second. China announced, oops, I'm going to have to put this in a different location here. Where do I put this? There. China announced additional tariffs of 34% on U.S. goods today, the most serious escalation in a trade war with President Trump that has fed fears of a recession and triggered a global stock market rout. In the standoff between the world's top 2 economies, Beijing also announced controls on exports of some rare earths to the U.S., while Trump doubled down as well, vowing to not change course. Oh, did you see what Trump posted after China announced its retaliatory tariffs? Trump posted this here. Truth Social. Oh, he just posted something else. First of all, he posted about an hour ago, China played it wrong. They panicked the one thing they cannot afford to do. That's what he said. Brian, too, our viewer, says, trust the process. Now, Trump also just posted this. He said, just had a very productive call with To Lam, General Secretary of the Communist Party of Vietnam, who told me that Vietnam wants to cut their tariffs down to 0 if they are able to make an agreement with the U.S. I thanked him on behalf of our country, and I said, look forward to a meeting in the near future. What were the Trump tariffs on? He announced on Vietnam. It was some very large number. I have to look that up. As I said, it's not clear whether these tariffs are actually going to come into effect. The Trump tariffs, the 10% on every other country, basically every other country, comes into force tomorrow. And then the higher ones come into force April 9th. This post was 3 minutes ago. The Vietnam tariff, I got to look it up here, is supposed to be where did it go? I have it in front of me. I had it in front of me. I want to get you the exact number. Vietnam, 46%. Trump had announced a tariff of 46% on Vietnam. Garrett Hack from NBC News points out that the White House has said that there were not going to be negotiations for the tariffs, right? But as he mentioned, the latest post by President Trump from a few minutes ago on Truth Social sounds like he wants to negotiate on the tariffs, right there. Just had a very productive call with To Lam, General Secretary of the Communist Party of Vietnam, who told me Vietnam wants to cut their tariffs down to zero if they are able to make an agreement with the U.S. I thanked him on behalf of our country and said, I look forward to a meeting in the near future. So are these tariffs going to be negotiated or not? Another thing, remember, is President Trump has said that a big reason for these tariffs is to force countries to build stuff in the U.S. But if the tariffs go away, well, then nothing's going to be forcing them. I mean, I'm just saying, if that's the reason for the tariffs, then the pressure on other countries to make stuff in the U.S. will go away if there's deals with them. So there's just a lot of uncertainty right now as to whether there's going to be deals with countries or not. The Dow with these big swing, went up. It was down 4, then it was down like 2.6. Now the Dow is down 3.04%. You can see here. So again, just some background on today. China announced additional 34% tariffs on U.S. goods on Friday. After Trump announced a 34% additional tariff on Chinese goods a couple days ago, the most serious escalation in a trade war with President Trump that has fed fears of a recession and triggered a global stock market rout in the standoff between the world's top two economies. Beijing also announced controls on exports of some rare earths to the U.S., while Trump doubled down as well, vowing not to change course. But at the same time, we just saw a post on Truth Social where it seems like he's open to negotiation. China added 11 U.S. bodies to the unreliable entity list, which allows Beijing to take punitive action against foreign entities, including firms linked to arms sales to democratically governed Taiwan, which China claims as part of its territory. Other impacted nations like Canada have also readied retaliation in a mounting trade war after Trump raised U.S. tariff barriers to their highest level in more than a century. leading to a plunge in world financial markets. Investment bank JP Morgan says it now sees a 60% chance of the global economy entering recession by year end, up from 40% previously. The market's going down today comes a day after the Trump administration's sweeping tariffs knocked off $2.4 trillion from U.S. equities. An expert that Reuters talked to said China comes out swinging with an aggressive response to Trump's tariffs. This is significant and is unlikely to be over, hence the negative market reactions. Investors are afraid of a tit-for-tat trade war situation. Oh, Trump also said, this is interesting. Look what he also said on Truth Social. This is just 2 hours ago. This is 2 hours ago here. Look at this. To the many investors coming into the United States and investing massive amounts of money, my policies will never change. This is a great time to get rich, richer than ever before. So in theory, what this is addressing is, Trump has said that his tariffs are designed to get countries to make stuff in the U.S. rather than having the U.S. import stuff from other countries. And a worry, it can take years to build a factory, obviously lots of money. So a country might say, well, the U.S. policy is changing so much, how can we be sure? Why would we want to invest all this money in this factory that's going to take years to build when we don't know if the policies are going to change? And so this post seems designed to tell those countries, no, I'm not going to change my policies. I mean, it literally says, to the many investors coming into the United States and investing massive amounts of money, my policies will never change. But literally 2 hours later, there's a post from Trump saying, talking about possible negotiations with Vietnam, which would get rid of their tariffs. Get rid of the tariffs on them. I mean, I'm just showing you his Truth Social feed. Our viewer, hold on a second. I Am the Cheese says, that's the art of the deal. You wouldn't understand. All right, hang on a moment here. By the way, I want to thank our moderators for being here. Give me one moment here. I want to thank our moderators. We have Ruth Krafasi is moderating. Beth Mythical is moderating. Thank you. Janet B is moderating. Thank you very much. Also moderating. Give me 2 seconds here. I'm going to do something real quick. Thank you to our Twitch moderators. We have moderating right now. Big Ball of Yarn, I got that fired. Matthew Kohai 3. Sarah, thank you. Also thanks to Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha who moderate for us on X. And thank you to our Facebook moderators. One moment, please. Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Thank you, Kay. Thanks also to Sharon Klassen Goslin for subscribing on Facebook. Thank you. Margaret Riley is also moderating. Thank you. Thank you, Margaret and Kay, for subscribing. And thank you to Broke Neck for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you Spicy Curry 69 for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks Jack's Animals for subscribing on Twitch. Tatermong, thanks for subscribing. M. Demery, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. And also, I owe a couple more thank yous here. Sorry, I got a little behind. Thank you to R.A. Clark, who thinks it was always negotiable. Vietnam is smart, not emotional like other countries. Thank you, R.A. Clark. Thank you, Roger Shoemaker, who thinks Trump burned down the house trying to cook a steak. Thank you, Cecilia from Norway, who says, scary times this. Thank you, Aggravated Trade, who sent me some headline about GameStop with a rocket emoji. Thank you, Juan Cabrera, for your support. I really appreciate it, Juan. Thank you, Ta, for being a new member. Thank you, Matt, for your support. Matt thinks people actively contributing to 401k are dollar cost averaging as prices go down. Good thing for those retired. If they are diversified, their bonds should help mitigate. America is healing. That is from Matt. Thanks also to Kieran Wilson for your support. Thank you so much. Who says if the UK really wanted to hurt the US with retaliatory tariffs, and we could just put tariffs on financial services sold to the US, but this would also hurt the global financial markets probably more than Trump's tariffs. Thank you, Kieran. Thanks, Joner Games, for the gift membership. Thank you also, Matt, who says we are a sick patient undergoing surgery. Democrats bankrupted America through corruption, fraud, and waste. It will take a year or so, but America will come out better to the dismay of the Democrats. Thank you, Lift the Veil, for the gift membership. Thank you, Sergey, who thinks a market is catching up to the fact that America is no longer the leader of the free world because of Trump. He has driven away our allies. Thank you also, Jeremy, for the gift membership. So nice of you. Kieran Wilson for the gift memberships. Thank you so much, Kieran. Thank you, Larry DM, who says, why would China and Europe also elect to crash their economies and tax their citizens with new tariffs? Or maybe people are exaggerating how bad this would be. Our viewer, D. Lawar, says, drop it like it's hot. Our viewer, TC1 Messenger, says, it will be fine, no need to worry. I'm going to do a poll question right now. To me, this is the big question. The big question is, will there be significant tariff reductions before they come into effect? So April 9th is when the 10% tariffs, I think, come into force tonight at 12:01 a.m. Let me just double check this. Right. So here is, oops, every time I do this I have to. You know what I got to do? Maybe I'll make this one thing, and maybe I can make a second one of these. Give me one moment here. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add. What I'm going to do here is do this. Here's how I'm going to do this. Make my life easier. So we do this because I keep having to switch it. So that's that one. See, you notice there's two of them on the screen right now. So we put that one over there, and we'll call this one I think this should help. So it's not constant crazy with the switching back and forth to big and small. Okay, I think I just did it. Now. Okay, there we go. There we go. So if you look here, throw this over here. It says the 10% tariff on all countries takes effect tonight at 12:01 a.m. So April 5th at 12:01 a.m. So that's tonight. The other tariffs, the higher reciprocal tariffs, as Trump calls them, take place, go into effect April 9th at 12:01 a.m. So my poll question for you is, and I'm going to post it in the chat right now. My poll question for you is, will there be significant reductions in tariffs before April 9th? Yes or no? That's my question. Now let me post it over on Twitch and on Facebook. Posting it on Twitch right now, and then I'll show you what you guys had to say. It just got posted on Twitch. Now I'm posting it on Facebook. And I'm going to show you what you guys are saying. Okay, so I said to you, the headline can't keep up here. The headline is constantly behind. The Dow was down at 1.1600. Now it's down about 1,000. Every time the headline keeps changing and it's behind the actual, they can't keep up with the new numbers. Anyways, Dow is down 2.5% right now. Anyways, we'll get to that in a second. But I asked you guys, I said, will there be significant reductions? Will Trump reach deals with countries or whatever and significantly reduce the tariffs, the retaliatory tariffs, before they actually get implemented on April 9th? And here's what you guys are saying. So I'm going to pull this up right now. Excuse me. And I'm going to show you what you guys have said. Over on, here is the result from YouTube. YouTube result. It's all weird now. It says 58% of you say no. 42% say yes. So slightly more no than yes. A sizable minority of you thinks there will be significant reductions before 4/9, but 58% of you say no over there on YouTube. All right, that's the YouTube response. Now over on Twitch, on Facebook, it is 57%, similar. 57% say no significant reductions. 43% say yes. And on Twitch, what do people say about this on Twitch? 74% on Twitch say no. 26% say yes. Our viewer search, is it Search K4U? It flew by, thinks there will be reductions due to backlash. So more of you polled think no reductions rather than significant reductions. Thanks for voting in our poll. Hang on a moment here. One moment. I think Jerome Powell is speaking pretty soon. Hold on. Give me a moment here. Oh, is Jerome Powell speaking now? Oh, Jerome Powell's about to speak. Jerome Powell is about to speak. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell speaks on the economic outlook. Hang on. Hold on a second. Please give me a moment. By the way, a quick thank you to Massachusetts guy for the gift sub. Thank you, Massachusetts guy. I appreciate that. Also, thanks to Matt for your support, who says, Tariff, the freeloading penguins, long live seals. Thanks also, Nick Blackbird, who says, Trump testing the waters, doing and undoing. Hold on a second here. The thing that our viewer was referring to is that the Trump administration put tariffs a couple days ago on Heard and McDonald Islands, which is remote outposts in the Antarctic populated by penguins and seals. Hey, thanks to Bebop and Rocksteady, who says, has everyone seen the vids of both sides calling for more protections of the American worker through tariffs? Even Bernie has one, could be AI. Thanks, our new member, Patricia Sal, thank you. Thank you, Jenny's Books and Vlogs, our member. Thank you also to, sorry, there's a little noise outside. Hopefully that'll stop in a second. Chappie, our new member, our member, thank you, whoever thinks tariffs are good is delusional. Thanks to Kat Tackling for your support. And Bebop and Rocksteady, thank you again, who says, I've been hearing tariffs are bad and are attacks on the people. Why do other countries hate their people and charge tariffs to their own? Thank you also, Tony Baloney. All right, so check this out. I have something else for you. I have to get this up on the screen. One moment here. One moment. So this, see, it says this live event has not yet started. This is supposed to be Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell, Fed chair, is about to speak, but he's not speaking yet. So we want to keep an eye on that. Hopefully, I am still in Peru. I hope we don't have any technical difficulties. I apologize in advance if we do. I'm doing my best. But if we do, we'll try to deal with it with some kind of backup plan. Hopefully the video plays okay. It's playing all right now. So again, Jerome Powell is supposed to speak shortly. And let me just actually... to do it. Let me get it somewhere where I can keep an eye on it while we're waiting. Oh, here's Jerome Powell speaking. Hold on.
Closer to, but still above our 2% objective. After a couple of years of solid growth, many forecasters have anticipated somewhat slower growth this year. The initial reading for first quarter GDP will be released later this month. The limited hard data are consistent, though, with a slower but still solid growth outlook. At the same time, surveys of households and businesses report dimming expectations and higher uncertainty about the outlook. Survey respondents point to the effects of the new federal policies, especially related to trade. We are closely watching this tension between the hard and the soft data. As the new policies and their likely economic effects become clearer, we will have a better sense of their implications for the economy and for monetary policy. Looking across many indicators, the labor market appears to be broadly in balance and not a significant source of inflationary pressure. This morning's jobs report showed the unemployment rate at 4.2% in March, still in the low range where it has held since early last year. Over the first quarter, payrolls grew by an average of 150,000 jobs per month. The combination of low layoffs, moderating job growth, and slowing labor force growth has kept the unemployment rate broadly stable. Turning to the other leg of our dual mandate, inflation has declined sharply from its 2022. It has done so without the kind of painful rise in unemployment that has often accompanied periods. More recently, progress toward has slowed. 5% over the 12 months ending in PCE prices, which exclude the volatile, rose 2.8%. Looking ahead, higher tariffs will be working their way in coming quarters. Reflecting this, both survey and market-based measures of near-term inflation expectations have moved inflation expectations.
I'm going to try to fix this right now. Hang on one moment. One moment here.
To monetary policy,
I know we're having a little bit of an issue with the video.
We face a highly uncertain outlook with elevated risks of both higher unemployment and higher inflation. The new administration is in the process of implementing substantial policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. Our monetary policy stance is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties we face as we gain a better understanding of the policy changes and their likely effects on the economy. It is not our role to comment on those policies. Rather, we make an assessment of their likely effects, observe the behavior of the economy, and set monetary policy in a way that best achieves our dual mandate goals. We have stressed that it will be very difficult to assess the likely economic effects of higher tariffs until there is greater certainty about the details, such as what will be tariffed, at what level, and for what duration, and the extent of any retaliation from our trading partners. While uncertainty remains elevated, it is now becoming clear that tariff increases will be significantly larger than expected. And the same is likely to be true of the economic effects, which will include higher inflation and slower growth. The size and duration of these effects remains uncertain. While tariffs are highly likely to generate at least a temporary rise in inflation, it's also possible that the effects could be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome would depend on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored, on the size of the effects, and on how long it takes for them to pass through fully to prices. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to make certain that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. We'll continue to carefully monitor the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We're well positioned to wait for greater clarity before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. It is too soon to say what will be the appropriate path for monetary policy. We understand the benefits of a solid economy where workers can find jobs and inflation is low and predictable. We also understand that elevated levels of unemployment or inflation can be damaging and painful for communities, families, and businesses. That is why we at the Fed will continue to do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment. And I look forward to your questions.
Most importantly, thank you for being here. This feels like quite a moment to be speaking with you, and I want to thank you for your time. He's got it. I want to thank you for being here, and thank you for taking the time to speak with this group of business journalists. Also like to give a special thanks to Heather Long with the Washington Post, who helped make this event possible. So for starters, sir, how's your week been?
Just fine, thank you.
Care to elaborate?
Chair Powell, yes, thank you so much for being here and taking our questions. You were talking about the economy as being a very strong economy. You characterized inflation as coming down, employment as being very strong still. However, President Trump, earlier this week when asked about the market volatility we've been seeing, said the volatility was, quote, to be expected. This is a patient that was very sick. We inherited a terrible economy. A lot of voters did and do agree with that assessment, or at least in part. I'm wondering how you would respond to that assessment and the disconnect between the story of the data and the way a lot of people are feeling about the economy.
Sure. So let me just be clear at the start. I make it a practice not to respond to any elected officials' comments. So I don't want to be seen to be doing that. It's just not appropriate for me. But the situation, I think, is this, and people, when they're surveyed, they are unhappy about the economy. That seems to largely reflect the increase in the price level that happened when inflation was high, 2021, 22, and 23 largely. Inflation is now back down to much more normal levels. Unemployment is low. The economy has been growing, but people are still experiencing that high price level. In other words, prices don't go down. They know they're paying much more for the basic necessities of life, and they're right that they are, and they're not happy about it, and they're right not to be happy about it. So I think that accounts for the negative sentiment. Of course, we're looking at inflation, which is the change in prices, and we're seeing that has come down quite a bit, and that unemployment is actually low. It's sort of very close to measures of maximum employment, and the economy's growing. So all those statistics are good, but the price increases of the past few years are weighing on people's budgets.
So I'm from Milwaukee, and I've been talking to business leaders, executives, and consumers in our community, our region, for the last few weeks, mostly before this week's news. Chairman, they're troubled and they're nervous. One business owner told me, if there's a hint of a recession, we're cooked. And he asked me to share that with you. What's your response?
So I guess I would say, let's start with the fact that the incoming data right through this morning's employment report, which admittedly is from roughly a month ago, the week of March 12, they took the data, and it still shows a solid economy. Unemployment's still low. I understand the uncertainty that's weighing on people. You ask about a recession. We don't make a probability forecast of how likely it is for there to be a recession, but many outside forecasters do, and many of them have raised the likelihood, albeit from very low levels. It's not something that anybody now is forecasting, or some people are starting to. And so there's not much more I can say about that. I realize that the uncertainty is high, and what we've learned is that the tariffs are higher than anticipated, higher than almost all forecasters predicted. We still don't know where that comes to rest, though, and we're just going to have to see that through.
At a congressional hearing last year, one of the U.S. representatives said that you were pretty boring, and you thanked him and said that you considered that a very high compliment. And in fact, I feel like it's one of the roles of the Federal Reserve, especially since the housing crisis, to be kind of a ballast, especially in the face of the volatility of the markets and the dramatics that we can experience with the economy. Very steady, no surprises, very reliable. In a moment like this, which also has a lot of drama and unpredictability, but it is not necessarily from an economic crisis, it's by design, it's political. How do you see your role in this moment?
So I think all of the values that you touched on are, in fact, the values that we try to live by. We're driven by, analysis and careful thought and discussion and debate and the merits of things. We try to stay as far as we can from the political process. We don't look at political cycles or things like that. And I think people expect that from us. They expect us to tell the truth, and that's what we're going to do. But at the same time, we don't want to be part of the broader political discussion about the wisdom of policies that are not assigned to us. We're not responsible for trade policy, immigration policy, fiscal policy. So we don't comment on those. Decisions are made by others, and what we do is we use our tools to try to achieve the goals that Congress assigned us, which is maximum employment and price stability. So I like to think that over time we're a source of calm, rational analysis and also of stability. That's really what the business that we're in is providing, financial and macroeconomic stability to the public. That's really our purpose.
So how can businesses and individuals and the Fed make plans for the future when so much is being dictated by the actions of a single person? And do you see yourself as the consoler-in-chief on economic matters?
No, I think, take a step back. What's happening is, as I mentioned, the new administration is making significant policy changes in trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. And we're still just a couple of months into the administration, and that process will take place. And at a certain point, the new policies will be on the table. They will be having the effects they're going to have on the economy, and uncertainty will decline. Right now, there's a lot of uncertainty about where all that's going to sort out, the forms it will take, and what the economic effects will be. If you fast forward a year from now, the uncertainty should be much lower. The actual effects of the policies should then be pretty manifest and clear. So I think I understand why it just is highly uncertain, both what the policies will turn out to be, exactly what they'll turn out to be, and also what their effects will be in the near term. We just have to go through that process, and it is just kind of a manifestation of our election cycle and a new administration coming in with new policies.
I mean, given all of the change happening and the fact that we are in a period where things have not settled in yet, and that the Federal Reserve and you as chair are very projection, data-driven, policy-driven, how do you handle a moment like now? I mean, can you tweak your plans and projections? Do you just do you have to reset them?
So, what we've had since in the last few months is, from the staff, has been a placeholder. Rather, they wouldn't call it a forecast because it's so uncertain. They call it a placeholder. And that's kind of how we've been thinking about it. So it's a good time to take a step back and let things clarify. That's why it's just too soon to say what the appropriate monetary policy response will be to these new policies. It is just too soon to say. We can't say with any confidence today. So that's what we're doing. We've taken a step back, and we're watching to see what the policies turn out to be and the ways in which they will affect the economy, and then we'll be able to act. Fortunately, our policy stance is in a good place for us to do that. We're probably moderately restrictive, let's say, so it's not really tight policy, but it's which is appropriate since inflation is a bit above target. So we think we're well positioned to address whatever may come. And in the meantime, I'd say we're waiting for greater clarity before we consider adjustments.
Business owners in Wisconsin have told me that they can't make their plans. They want to expand. They want to build a new facility. They want to hire or do whatever the future calls for. They say, we're trying to look around the corner. We're not even sure where the corner is, and we're not even sure what's around the corner. Sounds like they're in the same position as you are a little bit.
No, we hear the same thing. Of course, we have an incredible network of contacts with businesses and also universities, nonprofits, all different sectors, through the reserve banks and also through the Board of Governors. And that's what we hear. But again, it's a process. We're going through it, and I think we will know when we know what the policies are exactly and what their implications will be for the economy. That will all become clear, and I think that'll be a time when people can make decisions. In the meantime, though, I get it. We're hearing that a lot from people, and we are kind of in the same place, which is waiting for clarity about what our policy path should be.
It might be months away.
We'll have to see.
Yeah.
As you're talking about placeholders right now and having something in the place when there's so much that we don't know, it does occur to me that this is not the first economic shock that you have steered the markets and the economy through. Obviously, there was COVID almost exactly 5 years ago. It seems similar in certain ways with a lot of uncertainty, a lot of shock, also potential disruptions to prices and to supply, which is very much in the Federal Reserve's wheelhouse. I mean, from where you sit, can Liberation Day be compared to kind of the economic effects of COVID? Are they totally different, somewhat related?
I think each situation is different. There was COVID. There was also then, in the response to COVID, then there was high inflation. and then there was soft landing, and then and now we have new administration and changes in policies, and every situation, it kind of rhymes, but it's not exactly the same thing. And so in this situation, what we face is what I mentioned in my remarks, is you actually have risks for higher unemployment and higher inflation, and that's difficult for a central bank because our tools, which consist of interest rates, either slow down or speed up the economy over time. And higher unemployment would call for speeding up the economy, and higher inflation would call for slowing it down. So you can be in a situation, if we find ourselves in that situation, we look at how far each of the two variables is from its goal, and we ask ourselves, how long would it take to get back? And we weigh those things and make a decision about what to do. But there's no question that's a different situation, very difficult situation. When we faced high inflation, it was painful for the country, painful for the people that we serve, but we knew what policy needed to be. We knew we needed to raise rates quite a bit. During the pandemic, we knew what we needed to do. It was very clear the direction that we needed to take with force, and we did.
It's almost a situation potentially where the dual mandate is at odds with itself.
The two goals are, as we say, in tension, or they may be. I'd say that's not what we're seeing right now, but it's the effects at the margin right now would be for higher inflation and perhaps higher unemployment, but that's a marginal effect. I would say you're not in a situation like we were in the 1970s where the two goals were really both pulling in opposite directions and required. It's just very hard for a central bank to be the answer to a situation like that. But that's not the situation we're really in today.
One of the questions from the audience that we had is, if unemployment takes off and inflation takes off, which lever do you go for? Which lever do you, what do you do?
So we actually have we have a document called our consensus statement, or the longer version is Statement on Longer Run Goals and Monetary Policy Strategy. And the 6th paragraph of that actually contemplates when the two goals are in tension. And what it says is, think about how far each variable is from its goal, and think about how long it would take for each to get back. So in a way, it's an equation. You're comparing two quantities which each have two variables. And then you say, you look at that and you think, what do we need to do? And typically this doesn't happen very often, but if one of them is further away, then you would focus on that one. In the case of high inflation, they actually both pointed in the same direction. The labor market was overheated and inflation was very high. So both of those called for tight monetary policy. This could be different, but again, we're not actually facing that today.
I feel like there's another tension inherent in your job, which is that you're looking at the macro economy, at the global economy really, and the US places in it, but also the data you're looking at is very profoundly human, as Jim has been pointing out. Jobs, I think, and prices are probably the two most human pieces of data, and certainly in our day-to-day experience, probably the things that loom the largest. How do you reconcile those two things when you're looking at the data, like both the global markets and knowing that the data represents a lot of lives and jobs and egg prices and things like that?
So I think at the Fed, we always keep a focus on the people that we serve, and we know and are very conscious daily that the things that we do have a real effect on people's lives. We know that, and it really does focus the mind. And I think if you talk to people at the Fed, there's a very strong commitment to serving the public as well as we possibly can. Economic events are just very, very unpredictable.
Hey guys, we've been listening to Fed Chair Jerome Powell, who talked some about the tariff situation and took some comments on them. One thing he talked about was uncertainty over what the economic policy is actually going to be in the U.S. So I'm going to go away from that right now, but I just wanted to check in and see what he was saying live there. So give me 1 second here. I got to do something real quick. Let me just make a quick adjustment here. Thanks for your patience. And the Dow is now down 3.3%. By the way, there's also, maybe we'll watch right when it happens. I don't really want to focus on it. There's a SpaceX private space mission where they're going to do a splashdown in is it in Florida? Is that where it is today? But maybe right when that's happening, we'll show some of that live footage. I can see right now. I'm not going to focus on that right now. We're not covering that right now. But if it's like right as it's happening, if I can kind of quickly go to it, maybe I'll go to that. But let me just, while we're waiting, I want to go back. We got to talk about the stock stuff. That's what we need to talk about. This, and then, okay. I think we're good. Ooh, there's one other thing I got to do real quick. Hold on a moment here. Okay.
Crew of engineers monitoring Dragon. They've been monitoring Dragon from the beginning of their mission.
Okay, I'm not going to worry about that right now. This is the down 3.66%. We've seen the Dow fluctuating some, but it is now down 3.7% right now. And in terms of the other indexes, we have the S&P 500 is down 4.43%. NASDAQ is down 5.01%. The Russell 2000 small caps down 5.85%. This is not yesterday. This is today. This is another big down day after China announced 34% tariffs on the U.S. in response to the U.S. 34% tariffs on China. Our viewer Personal Munchie says this is wild. ZZCH says so much winning. By the way, a quick thank you to Michael McIsaac, our member. Oh, thanks for ordering a shirt. I hope you enjoy it, Michael. Thank you so much, Michael McIsaac. Thank you so much, Crazy Yoda. Crazy Yoda says he's looking to buy some stock and take rewards later. He thinks the U.S. is the only country that has the power to take this hit while waiting out fairness and trading from others. Thank you so much, Crazy Yoda, for your support. Thanks to our member, Gayla Standiford. Thank you, Shaft, for the gift memberships. Thank you, Shaft. Thanks also, Janet B., our member, Kathy, our new member, Mitchell Pilot, who says Jerome Powell has a good narrator voice. Thank you, Bean Juice Bond, who says in 1930, the Senate passed the Smoot-Hawley tariff. This led to the Great Depression. This is referenced in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Thank you, Bean Juice Bond. Thank you, Ida from Norway, who says, will Elon soon act with the money he has taken from the Treasury buying stocks? Art of the deal. All right, the Dow is 3.3. And let me, hang on a moment. Let me pull up on the screen for you. Hey, the headline's kind of close now to what actually is happening. Hold on. We need this and this. And this. There. Can you see this? Sell-off worsens worldwide and Dow drops 1,300 after China retaliates against Trump tariffs. Let's look at the update from AP. That guy's unhappy in the picture. Stock markets worldwide are careening even lower today after China matched President Trump's big raise in tariffs in an escalating trade war. Not even a better than expected report on the U.S. job market, which is usually the economic highlight of each month, was enough to stop the slide, says AP. In midday trading, S&P was down. The exact numbers right now, S&P is down about 4.43%, NASDAQ down 5%, Russell 2000 down 5.85%. That's when I just checked. Let me go back here. So far, there were few, if any, winners in financial markets from the trade war, says AP. European stocks saw some of the day's biggest losses, with indexes sinking roughly 4%. Oops, hold on a second here. What happened here? Oh, sorry. Hold on. China's response to U.S. tariffs caused an immediate acceleration of losses in markets worldwide. The Commerce Ministry in Beijing said it would respond to the 34% tariffs imposed by the U.S. on imports from China by imposing a 34% tariff on imports of all U.S. products beginning April 10th. The U.S. and China are the world's two largest economies. The world has changed and the economic conditions have changed, said Rick Ryder with BlackRock. The question is, will the trade war cause a global recession? If it does, stock prices will likely need to come down even more than they have already, says AP. The S&P 500 is down roughly 15% from its record set in February. Now, we've been talking about this. Will Trump keep the tariffs? Will he pull back on some of the tariffs? Will he announce deals with certain countries which get rid of some of the tariffs? We don't know. You can see AP says much will depend on how long Trump's tariffs stick and what kind of retaliations other countries deliver. Some of Wall Street is holding on to hope that Trump will lower the tariffs after prying out some, quote, wins from other countries following negotiations. Otherwise, many say a recession looks likely. That's really the big question right there. For his part, Trump has said Americans may feel some pain because of tariffs, but he has also said the long-term goals, including getting more manufacturing jobs back into the U.S., are worth it. Yesterday, he likened the situation to a medical operation where the U.S. economy is the patient. Economist Brian Jacobson said, for investors looking at their portfolios, it could have felt like an operation performed without anesthesia. But Jacobson said, look at this. This economist, Brian Jacobson, said that the next surprise for investors could be how quickly tariffs get negotiated down. The speed of recovery will depend on how quickly officials negotiate. That is the big question. Vietnam said its deputy prime minister would visit the U.S. for talks on trade, while the head of the European Commission has vowed to fight back. Others said they were hoping to negotiate. As I mentioned on Truth Social, Trump said in capital letters today, China played it wrong. They panicked. The one thing they cannot afford to do. Oh, here's some specifics about specific companies. On Wall Street, stocks of companies that do lots of business in China fell to some of the sharpest losses. DuPont dropped 11.3% after China said its regulators are launching an antitrust investigation into DuPont China Group. It is one of several measures targeting American companies and in retaliation for the U.S. tariffs. GE Healthcare got 12.3% of its revenue last year from the China region, and its stock fell 13.3%. Fed Chair Powell said in written remarks being delivered in Arlington, Virginia, that tariffs could also drive up expectations for inflation. That could be even more damaging than high inflation itself because it can drive behavior that begins a vicious cycle that only worsens inflation. Germany's DAX index today lost 4.3%. France's CAC dropped 3.7%, and Japan's Nikkei fell 2.8%. And look at those numbers now. The Dow is down 3.71%. Wall Street Journal, I was going to give you the other, I was going to check other indexes. Let me check the other indexes here. Hang on a moment. Let me get on the screen here for you. All right, I am seeing S&P 500 down 4.43%. NASDAQ down 5.01%. Russell 2000 down 5.85%. Oops, you're seeing two of these. Okay. Amelian says, goodness. I also got to make sure I don't have any other news updates here. Let me just keep an eye out for some things. Let me just check a couple things here. There's a lot going on right now. Oh. Hold on. Guys, look what Trump posted. Look what Trump posted. New post from Trump. This is 53 minutes ago. I just saw it here. New post from Trump. He said on True Social, this would be a perfect time for Fed Chairman Jerome Powell to cut interest rates. He is always late, but he could now change his image and quickly. Energy prices are down, interest rates are down, inflation is down, even eggs are down 69%, and jobs are up all within 2 months. A big win for America. Cut interest rates, Jerome, and stop playing politics. By the way, traditionally, central banks of countries are supposed to be independent and not subject to political pressure. That makes other countries confident and investors confident in them. So that is 54 minutes again, right before Powell spoke, I think. Our viewer, Purple Cat Audio, says Fed needs to be neutral. One of our viewers said Trump needs a win. Our viewer Raven Knight says Fed should always be neutral. All right, so, oh, I'm sorry, you know what? I probably missed this. While I had to fix the video when Powell was speaking, so I missed some of what he said. Now, I'm sorry about that. We had a video issue which I had to fix so you guys could actually hear the video. Yes, so our viewer, so I was dealing during the Powell speaking, I was dealing with a bunch of technical stuff while that was playing. Our viewer said that Matt 1130 said she asked Powell a question about that post. He declined to respond to it on the grounds of remaining impartial. Oops, sorry. All right, hold on a second. So I wanted to show you that. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment here. By the way, Rand Paul, who is a Republican senator, posted early this morning, tariffs are taxes and Americans are paying the price. He said it's time to terminate the Trump tariffs before it's too late. That's Republican Rand Paul, senator. He said working families can't afford this. Hang on a moment here. All right, let me go back to the current Dow prices. Oops, the current Dow. There we go. 3.36%. So I'm just checking a couple things here. Now, Nick Wall mentioned something, our viewer Nick Wall, which I had seen some speculation about. It's an interesting question. Nick said, do you think this will affect the Tik Tok deal and it will be banned tomorrow? So I saw some speculation about, will China not want to agree to have TikTok or American TikTok sold to some American company, like the Trump administration wants China to give up control in some significant sense of the TikTok that shows in America. And there's this question of, if China is really mad about the Trump tariffs, could they retaliate by, say, shutting off TikTok in the U.S.? It's an interesting question. I'll see if I can find something about it. I really have no idea if this could impact that. Let me just check out something here. I'll actually show you something about that real quick. Hold on. One moment here. One moment. Our viewer, Lethal Old Fart, says China would prefer to make nothing at all on TikTok. Really? Well, maybe they do. Maybe they do something as a response for tariffs. Here, look. I'm going to show you this right now. Trump TikTok sale deadline looms as U.S. looks for deal. This is from Reuters. And they say that just fix this here. They say Chinese technology company ByteDance Sorry. Chinese technology company ByteDance faces a Saturday deadline imposed by President Trump to sell U.S. assets of TikTok to a non-Chinese buyer or face a ban that was supposed to take effect in January under a 2024 law. A White House official said, excuse me, if there is any news to be shared about the future of TikTok, President Trump will announce it at a time of his choosing. On Thursday, Trump said his administration was very close to reaching a deal on TikTok with multiple investors involved. That was before China announced 34% retaliatory tariffs against the U.S. The White House led talks on the future of TikTok, which is used by 170 million Americans, are coalescing around a plan for the biggest non-Chinese investors in parent company ByteDance to increase their stakes and acquire the short video app's U.S. operations, Reuters has reported. The plan entails spinning off a U.S. entity for TikTok and diluting Chinese ownership in the new business to below 20% threshold, to below the 20% threshold required by U.S. law, rescuing the app from a looming U.S. ban. In this article down at the bottom, which you can't see, Reuters says the biggest stumbling block to any deal for TikTok's U.S. business is Chinese government approval. Until now, Beijing has not made a public commitment to allow for a sale. So it's possible. A deal for TikTok can only go through if the Chinese government approves it. So could China, say no deal? Oh, hold on a second. I want to show you this. Let's just real quick go to the video from SpaceX real quick. Hang on. I want to put this up on the screen for you, if I can. Can I get this up on the screen?
And we are still currently in the blackout comms period, but we are expecting to come out of that any minute now.
All right. This
is the recovery.
SpaceX mission is about to is about to splash down. So I want to show you the SpaceX splashdown. Put that on the screen for you. I'm going to lower the volume there. Hold on a second.
Vehicle is safe, and then begin the recovery operations.
One of the next major milestones we're standing by for on board Dragon is the deploy of our drogue chutes. We have two sets of parachutes on board Dragon during re-entry. The first are the drogues. We deploy those when the capsule, which we're getting great initial views on your screen. You said it earlier, but the fact that we've got these daytime views is great. So like I said, we're standing by for that drogue chute deploy. That will happen when Dragon is moving at about 350 miles per hour. Those chutes are designed specifically to be deployed.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
This is bonus coverage. We're doing bonus coverage for a couple minutes of the SpaceX Dragon splashdown.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
SpaceX Dragon, we have you loud and clear. Have me.
We have you the same. We see a healthy flight computer. Expect automated chute deployment.
Dragon, copy.
We'll take a minute
The
and
GPS
keep an
has
eye on
converged.
this.
Expect nominal altitude for drogue chute deploy.
Make this a little smaller.
Dragon, copy.
Awesome. As you heard there, we have confirmation that we have come out of the blackout period and established comms back with the From-2 crew as they're making their way back down to Earth, and we are expecting those drogue parachutes to deploy here. Sounds like it's on time and at the expected altitude in just about a minute or so.
Yeah, which is all great news. We heard a lot of good confirmation from Mission Control back to Dragon. So again, those drogue chutes are special in that they are smaller and lighter than our main.
Brace for drogues.
Again, bonus coverage.
Copy,
right
brace
now.
for drogues.
That's a live shot right there.
You can see on your screen that the seats are rotating in preparation for splashdown, and the crew is bracing for the drogue parachutes. They're going to feel maybe a little bit of a jolt as the vehicle is going to slow down very quickly. And this is such an incredible view that we're seeing of Dragon because of the daytime views that we're getting here. This looks amazing.
So just ahead of the call out for drogue chute deployment, Dragon will autonomously safe the propulsion system on board and then deploy
Look at
those
that,
drogue
there it is.
parachutes, which we just see on your screen right now. I can't get over these views today. And of course right now...
Visual on 2 healthy drogues.
This is off the
Good
coast
news
of
there from Mission
California.
Control.
Copy. We see the same. 2 healthy drogues.
And good response from our crew.
This is a view on board Dragon, looking at the drogues.
SpaceX Dragon, crew brace for mains.
Copy, brace for mains.
We are expecting the main parachutes to deploy here in under a minute or so.
So
wow.
Yeah, those are amazing. Right now, those drogue chutes are doing that initial slowdown, and it looks like we're getting views here of main parachute deploy.
We see visual on 4 healthy mains.
SpaceX Dragon, we see the same. 4 healthy mains.
And you can see that the main parachutes have deployed. They are expanding. Once they're fully expanded, they are going to slow the vehicle down all the way to about 16 miles per hour, right in time for splashing down into the Pacific Ocean today.
Right now, Dragon has saved all propulsion systems on board.
1,000.
Copy, 1,000 meters.
Dragon right now is also terminating the nitrox suit and cabin purges and is beginning to increase pressure in preparation for landing.
And additionally, the mission control team here in Hawthorne is reporting the precise landing coordinates to the recovery team so that they know exactly where
800.
Copy, 800.
Exactly where they're expected to touch down. And you are hearing those callouts. We are confirming the altitude as the vehicle makes its way back down to Earth.
We
and
are
of course,
showing...
now that we've had confirmation of both drogue and main parachute deployment with these great views of our crews inside Dragon on your screen now.
Hold on a second. I
Our
might have to
next
fix
major
something.
milestone is splashdown.
Yeah. Very excited with these awesome views that we're getting.
600.
600 meters.
Let me just...
Landing in water is simpler, therefore more reliable.
I'm going to fix something right now. Hold on.
Make parachute issues. Now we had to learn how to make Dragon waterproof, but once you do, it's rinse, review, and reuse.
We will talk about the stock market in a second. The Dow is down almost 4%. We're just taking a moment to watch
400.
SpaceX Dragon splashdown.
Copy,
I
400.
believe this is off the coast of California, I think. This is off the
just now
coast of
joining
California.
us.
Crew bracing for splashdown.
Bracing for splashdown.
You are watching.
There it is right there. You're going to see it
make their
coming
way
down.
back down
Look
to
at this.
Earth, and
There's that amazing video.
Daytime views. I love that we got the opportunity to do this. You could see Dragon and
200.
Copy, 200 meters and braced for splashdown.
Bonus
inside of that
coverage
Dragon
here.
capsule are the 4 2 crew members about to splash down here in just a few seconds.
Look at this. Look at this. It's splashing down. It's splashing down the SpaceX Dragon. Here it is. It's about to hit right now. And we have right there, we have Almost. Splashdown. There we go. It's splashdown. Good job getting it splashed down
Welcome
safely.
home from 2. We have confirmation of splashdown of the Dragon spacecraft. Dragon has returned home with the From 2 crew. The SpaceX recovery ship and team have been waiting for Dragon splashdown, and they will now start making their way to the splashdown location.
Our teams have been ready and waiting for this return about 3 nautical miles away. So it's going to take them about 30 minutes to make their way to Dragon.
All right, we're going to start, we're going to get away from that. We'll leave you a little more video up there so you can see it for a second. But we want to start talking about the stock market again, because that's our main goal, is to cover the stock market and tariff situation. But as a bonus, we showed you the Dragon splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. So we got to see that. All right, now we're going to go back to, it's time to return. One of our viewers said it's like the market going down. All right, let's get back to here, the stock market. There. Oops, you're seeing 2 things. The Dow is now down over 4%. Oh my gosh, this isn't yesterday. This is today. Roger Shoemaker says 4% again. Oh my gosh, wow. Right now, the S&P 500 is down 4.5%. NASDAQ is down about 4.5%. The Russell 2000 is down about 4.5%. Some of those have been down more today. One of our viewers, so I want to read a couple comments here. Bunter Dan says, just imaginary monopoly money being reduced, no big deal. One of our viewers said, Jax Haku says, too much winning. Finger Game says, we winning now, boys. One moment. One moment here. By the way, thank you, Total Blank Show, for your support on Twitch. Precious Jenna says, my dad still thinks it will come back. One Kalak says, how much will the GOP reps tolerate before they act? Our viewer Future Pantaloons says, I don't get all the complaining. The S&P dropped 27% just a few years ago. We're now only down 16% from the top. This is what markets do. Los Gato de Wilson says, it's just the second day. Sissy says, what were Americans expecting for real? Paula Thompson says, no big deal, really? Over 4%, the Dow down. By the way, quick thanks to our new member, Putz0622. Thank you. Also, thanks so much, Mike C, for your support. He says, how many of you have NPR hive minds in your life? They all of a sudden pretend to care about tariffs, not knowing other countries effing us for years. That's what Mike C says. Thank you, Dances with Wolves, our member. Thanks, PZ Papa Zulu, for your support. Who says, I don't know why people are surprised President Trump campaigned on this. PZ Papa Zulu says 77 million Americans voted for this. Thank you, PZ Papazulu. Thank you also, Michael MacIsaac, for being a member. 3.95% now. Let me get you some updates. Let's get you some updates as to what is going on. Markets are open for another 4.5 hours, basically. Oh, what is going on with this? I just saw something. American Airlines is down 4.5%. That's not what I thought it was. A lot of stocks are way down today. Let me give you some specifics about some different stocks. That you might be aware of. GE Healthcare. We talked about GE Healthcare Technologies and DuPont, which have exposure to China, a significant exposure to China. DuPont down 11.2%, GE Healthcare Technologies down 12.9%. Boeing is down almost 9%. Goldman Sachs down 7.7%, JP Morgan down 7.46%. NVIDIA down 7.89%. One moment, please. One moment, please. A couple updates here. One moment. You can see here, Reuters says Wall Street rout drags NASDAQ near bear market. Wall Street fell sharply for a second straight session on Friday, pushing the NASDAQ toward a bear market after China imposed fresh tariffs on all U.S. goods in response to the Trump administration's sweeping levies, escalating a global trade war. China's finance ministry said on Friday it would impose additional tariffs of 34% on all U.S. goods from April 10th, after U.S. President Trump raised tariff barriers to their highest level in more than a century this week. The tariff war has sent shockwaves through global financial markets and raised fears of an economic downturn, with investment bank JP Morgan forecasting a 60% chance of the global economy entering recession by year-end, up from 40% previously. NASDAQ today is down, at this point it's down 5%, NASDAQ. The article said 4%, but now it's down 5%. Oops, right there. NASDAQ fell. NASDAQ has shed 20% from its all-time closing high touched in December. If the index closes below that mark, it would confirm a bear market. So I guess bear market would be down 20%. Is that the idea? The S&P 500 and the NASDAQ were poised to mark their biggest weekly drop since the pandemic, March 2020. One expert Reuters talked to said recession risk is a significant concern here. Tariffs could wipe out growth, and markets are reflecting that. This bull market picture that we had in front of us is now being completely rewritten. Just yesterday, Wall Street's main indexes posted their biggest single-day percentage declines in years after Trump imposed a 10% tariff on most imports into the U.S. and much higher levies on dozens of other countries. Let me do something real quick here. Make a quick adjustment here. That was just yesterday. And now we have today. But just yesterday, Wall Street's main indexes posted their biggest single-day percentage declines in years. Federal Reserve Chair Powell said today, highlighted that Trump's unexpectedly hefty tariffs could trigger higher inflation and slower growth, setting the stage for challenging decisions ahead for the central bank. U.S. bank stocks, it says, dropped further today, with the sector under pressure globally as investors anticipated more interest rate cuts from central banks and a hit to economic growth from tariffs. Sorry, there's a little bit of noise in the background here. Please bear with the noise. Sorry, that might go on for a couple minutes. Yeah, then see here, Fed's Powell says larger than expected tariffs likely to boost inflation and slow growth. President Trump's new tariffs are larger than expected, and the economic fallout, including higher inflation and slower growth, likely will be as well, said Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell today. He said, we face a highly uncertain outlook with elevated risks of both higher unemployment and higher inflation. He spoke as global markets continue to swoon that has wiped some 10% off major U.S. stock indexes since Trump announced a raft of new tariffs on trading partners around the world on Wednesday. You can see right now, look at the Dow right now. Oh my gosh, the Dow keeps going down more. It keeps going down more. Guys, look. Down 4.07% the Dow. Let's read some comments here. By the way, thanks to Dodger Blue, who says, I'm a financial advisor. Folks that have ridden the S&P index are being hurt more than those who are taking a planning approach. Don't jump ship, hold. That's not my advice. I don't give financial advice. That's what Dodger Blue said. Thank you, Dodger Blue. Thank you also, Christ is King, for your support, who thinks we will see the biggest stock crash in history. Wow. But America will do well long term. Context Tank for Ward said they've lost a bunch of money today. I'm sorry to hear that. Raven Knight says dropping like the Titanic. Skip Fu says it's only lunchtime. Lee R. says wealth is heading back to the USA and into America's pockets 100% as Trump said it would. Just watch and wait. Chris V. says just a speed bump on the road to glory. Bob Holtzman says, had enough GOP Congress? Jorge M. says, it is a chess game now. Who has the advantage? Hey, thanks to Mimo. But Mimo, you broke the rules, Mimo, so you get timed out. But thank you, Mimo, anyway. But you broke the rules. We can't be posting stuff like that, Mimo. Come on. Thank you also, A. Bad day for A-hat executives who outsource our jobs, destroyed our children's opportunities, shunned white men, and personally pocketed all the money. That's personally pocketed the money. That's what A says. Thank you, A. Thank you, Moto Go Yo. Who says, what happens now depends on new news or reversal in policy to see confidence returned. Again, to remind everyone, I am in Lima, Peru right now, doing the broadcast from Lima, Peru. Periodically, there's been doing some maintenance where I am staying, not right in where I am staying, but in the building. And so once in a while, there's some noise like you may be hearing. I apologize about that, but I can't do anything about it. So anyways, we are bringing you live coverage, and it is almost, it's 11:36 Central Time. Actually, you know what? I forgot. I'm in Central Time Zone, not Eastern Time Zone. So, although I don't know what the time zone is called in Peru. What do they call their time zone? What does Peru call their time zone? I have to look that up. But it's equivalent to Central Time in the US. So actually there's about 3.5 hours, not 4.5 hours till the market close. Peru time. Peru time is the name of... Peru time is right now the same as Central Time in the US. Okay, we are bringing you live updates, live coverage. I want to show you some other stuff here. Hang on a moment. I am seeing multiple reports, unconfirmed, but from sources I find reliable, that say that a Russian missile struck a civilian area in the Ukrainian city of Kryvyi Rih, and at least 12 are reported dead. That is not good. Both Jimmy Russian and Special Kherson Cat, who I follow, are reporting that, and they're usually quite reliable. Live UA Map is reporting on that strike as well. One moment here. One moment here. Pulling something else up here. Here's a, oops, that's not what we want. We want this. Here's a, it's a little reporting from the Washington Post. They say stocks slide as China imposes 34% tariffs on U.S. goods. This article's from earlier today. China's State Council, the country's cabinet, announced the change effective April 10th in a statement in which it condemned the unilateral bullying by the U.S. that had seriously damaged China's legitimate rights and interests. I wonder if I can find that statement for you. I was trying to find it before, but apparently I was looking in the wrong place. Okay, I think I have the State Council website from China. One moment, please. Maybe I can find that statement from China. I'm looking right now. I'm on their website. Can I find the statement? I've been looking to find the actual original statement. Let's see here. That's not it. That's not it. Can't find it. I tried. Somebody can message me if they can find the original statement. But for whatever reason, why wouldn't it be under news? Ooh, hold on. Didn't find it on a state council website. Anyways, sorry for that digression. I'll try to find it later. You can see here, China's State Council, the country's cabinet, announced the retaliation tariffs on the U.S. effective April 10th in a statement in which it condemned the unilateral bullying by the United States that had seriously damaged China's legitimate rights and interests, said the statement. The new duties from China came along with a slew of non-tariff measures Friday, reflecting Beijing's playbook of using a suite of pressure points that amount to what it considers a tit-for-tat response. But China exports far more to the U.S. than it imports, leaving Beijing unable to match Trump's tariffs dollar for dollar. Still, China has made it clear that it can use other tools to make up the difference. A long list of additional measures announced by the Chinese government today included export controls on rare earth metals needed to make high-tech products, the suspension of export licenses for 16 U.S. firms, and the adding of 11 companies to an unreliable entities list. Beijing also launched an anti-monopoly probe targeting the U.S. chemical giant DuPont Group, as well as an anti-dumping investigation into a type of medical X-ray tube imported from the U.S. and India. A China expert who the Washington Post talked to, David Scott Kennedy, said the two sides are likely not done hitting each other. Given the U.S.'s threat to punish those who retaliate, we can anticipate that the U.S. may double its tariffs on China to the full 67% level. Will Trump do that? In which case China would as well. Will President Trump now raise tariffs on China since China has retaliated against the U.S.? That's a good question. I'm going to add, that's a poll question. I'm going to ask that as a poll right now. Will Trump now raise tariffs further on China, now that China has announced retaliation tariffs against the U.S.? I am putting that poll question in the chat right now. If you give me a second here. The Dow is down 4.11%. Oh my gosh. Look at this, guys. 4.11%. Let me just post that poll over on Facebook, and then I will tell you what you guys had to say about it. As the Dow is at 4. By the way, quick check here. Other indexes, the S&P 500 is down 4.82%. NASDAQ is down almost 5%. The Russell 2000 small cap index down 5.34%. All right, let me show you what you guys said in response to our poll question. I asked you, now that China has retaliated with their own tariffs, will Trump increase tariffs even further on China? The response on, the response on YouTube is, wow, really? 79% of you on YouTube think Trump is going to raise tariffs further on China. Wouldn't that cause the stock market to go down even more? Look at that. Evelyn in Maine says Trump wants to make the iPhone cost $5,000. JM says it's the plan. Janie Joel says it's over, everyone. See you in 2027. Okay. So, all right, 80% now on YouTube say that they think Trump will raise tariffs in response on China. Okay, so I want to now show you what Twitch is saying. Facebook, by the way, 70% say yes, 30% say no. And over on Twitch, we have right now 78% of you. Wow, you're all pretty close. Very close on Twitch and YouTube and pretty close on Facebook. Over there on Twitch, 78% say yes, he will raise raise tariffs further on China now. That'd be a huge story if that happened. Subroutine says, pain sucks. Trump may be right or wrong. Who knows? Autumn Leaf says, winning. Thanks for voting in our poll, by the way. KC says, this is a tariff war. It's like a little like trying to watch a military war based on one battle. Carl Foreman says 34% seems really high. Remember, it's actually, those 34% tariffs on China come on top of 20% tariffs he had already put on China. That's 54% when you combine all that. Look at this. The Dow down 4.12%. To check the other indexes, we have thanks for voting in the poll, by the way. I want to shout out our moderators too. Russell 2000, 5.34%. S&P 500, which one of our viewers thinks this. A number of experts believe that that's the most. A lot of people think that's the most representative index, the S&P 500. That's down almost 5%. NASDAQ down a bit over 5%. The Washington Post points out that Japanese stocks were on track to record their steepest weekly decline in 5 years. Automakers, including Toyota and Honda, were particularly badly hit after Trump introduced a 25% tariff on all foreign-made cars and car parts. That tariff also came into effect, I think, yesterday. The Washington Post said American businessman Michael Laskow said if the proposed tariffs are actually imposed, the impact on his garment business in Vietnam would be dramatic. No one works on those type of margins, he said. If we were to assume the 46% for us, it would be a huge, huge loss, as it would be for anybody in the supply chain. About 3 hours left in the market day today. Hang on a moment here. Zach thinks a depression is here. One of the viewers sent me this, I forget who. Where is this from? Yeah, so I'm seeing this reported a bunch of places, like The Verge and IGN, saying that Nintendo is pushing back pre-orders for its Switch 2 due to concerns about the tariffs. The Verge said that Nintendo released a statement saying pre-orders for the Nintendo Switch 2 in the U.S. will not start on April 9th in order to assess the potential impact of tariffs and evolving market conditions. So, I believe they had set a price for it, but might that change? Now I'm confused. John thinks there'll be a price increase. Ralph Star Wars says, I was going to pre-order a Switch 2. But I don't know if the idea is that they might increase the price. I'm not sure. But again, they have delayed pre-orders. They have not delayed the launch date, which is June 5th. By the way, thanks so much to our moderators who have been with us for our coverage. I really appreciate it. We have, by the way, we have Cynthia Moon is over there on YouTube. Beth Mythical is there. Thank you so much. By the way, Dutch Sense on YouTube says, in the end, I think in the end we're all going to be just fine. That is from Dutch Sense. Thank you to our moderators over there. Thanks to our Twitch moderators. I really appreciate it. Big Ball of Yarn, I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3 and Sarah on Twitch. Thank you so much. On Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Thank you very much for being there. On X, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha. Thanks so much. Robert Law, our viewer, says, make the Great Depression great again. Jamie Rowland says, some just don't seem to understand how these tariffs affect literally everything. Thanks Aaron Van S. and Sharon Klassen Goslin for subscribing. Zany Allegory says, at least we saw that red wave they kept talking so much about. Baby Duck says, it's the art of the deal. Trump has a method to all this. I have an update for you guys about something. Selena Wong, who is with ABC News, reports that Trump is expected to sign an executive order to extend the deadline, which was tomorrow, for TikTok to be banned or sold off. She says there are several investors interested in jumping in to purchase it, including Amazon, Oracle, and AppLovin, and Walmart is considering joining a group to make an offer. She also reports that the founder of OnlyFans has made a late-stage bid. And by the way, I've seen some speculation about whether, remember, the Chinese government would have to approve a sale of the American branch of TikTok. Could the Chinese government decide just not to approve it in the aftermath of Trump's 34% new tariff on China, which is going to take effect on April 9th. But Selena Wong is saying, she's reporting that Trump is going to extend the deadline, which was tomorrow. Artful Nothing says China should shut it off again and grab popcorn. Jessica thinks it will not be the same. I guess she's saying if it's sold. TJ Adams says they won't get the algorithm. yeah, there's this question of whether that would be part of the deal or not. Robert Query thinks it's not for sale. Anyways, I wanted to pass that along. Give me one moment. Anybody else? I've been having some problems recently. I've been having problems with my XDMs. I can't get my XDMs. Maybe I'll try my phone. Hold on a second here. No, I've been having a very hard time getting them. Roger says, I noticed a problem with that too. I've been trying to check them today. Now, they're coming up on my phone, but on my computers, I can't get them. So I'm going to have to look at my phone and check some of them there, but I apologize. About that. Literally checking them on my phone. I'm getting some of the notifications on X, but not the DMs. Could be the browser. I don't know, but it's weird. It usually works. Anyways, I'll keep checking on my phone. Let me see. Oh, and a quick thanks to, Thanks to Dewey, 1851, who says, how can we get to the golden age of America when we can't afford anything? Thank you also Urs Wiesendanger from Switzerland, who says, I bet Toblerone chocolate will be massively more expensive soon. Thank you, Urs Wiesendanger. Also, thanks to Wolfie. Thank you. I had Lomo Saltado yesterday, actually. It was very good. I'll have to have it again. Thank you so much, Wolfie. That's very nice of you. I'll put it towards that. Thank you, Mo L, for your support, who thinks it's a generational buying opportunity now. Thank you, Endless, our new member. Thank you, Bebop and Rocksteady, who says, why are they in so many other countries, China and so many other countries, mean to their own people, charging 34% tariffs on their own country? Thanks, Mary Hodge, our member, and Matt Parker, our member, who says it's all gambling. Thanks, Lee Elmore, for your support. I really appreciate it. Lee Elmore. I got to check a couple things here. Give me a moment, everyone. Need to check a couple things. Yeah, I mentioned Trump's True Social posts. I'll show those again in a second. here is what Trump has said today on some of what he said on Truth Social today. Pull it up for you. I have too many things open on my desktop here. There's way too much stuff open. So one thing he said was, earlier today was, oops. He says, China played it wrong. They panicked, the one thing they cannot afford to do. That's after they announced the retaliatory tariffs on the U.S. He also said, now earlier today, he had said to the many investors coming into the United States and investing massive amounts of money, my policies will never change. This is a great time to get rich, richer than ever before. The idea is that people who invest in the U.S. might be concerned that the policies change a lot, so they might want to invest given certain assumptions about his policy, but if they don't know what he's going to do, then they can't really decide how to, whether they should invest or not, in under what terms. So he said that, but then a couple hours after that, he said, just had a very productive call with To Lam, General Secretary of the Communist Party of Vietnam, who told me Vietnam wants to cut their tariffs down to zero if they are able to make an agreement with the U.S. I thanked him on behalf of our country and said I look forward to a meeting in the near future, which makes it sound like Trump will be negotiating these tariffs with other countries. And then he said, this would be the perfect time for Fed Chairman Jerome Powell to cut interest rates. He is always late, but he could now change his image and energy. He can now change his image and quickly. Energy prices are down, interest rates are down, inflation is down, even eggs are down 69%, and jobs are up, all within 2 months. A big win for America. Cut interest rates, Jerome, and stop playing politics. He says Jerome Powell is playing politics. Emerson thinks that's the whole point of this, to negotiate tariffs on U.S. goods down to zero. Well, a point that President Trump has made again and again and again, he says a big part of this is designed to get other countries to start making more stuff in the U.S. So he said that repeatedly. By the way, look at this. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Look at the Dow now. The Dow is, I think we're at the lows for the day. Are we? I think we're at the lows for the day. Yeah, you can actually see on the chart above. See, we're at the lows for the day. Right here. You can actually see it. Oh no, right here. You can see it right here where my pointer is. Wow. Other indexes, the S&P 500 is down 4.69%. NASDAQ down 4.72%. Those are not the lows for the day for those two. And Russell 2000 down 5.36%. Yes, as Lori says, the day is not over yet. Just as N says, still up over the past year. S&P is getting close to circuit breaker limits. Don't circuit breakers only Is there a circuit breaker if a index goes up or down by a certain amount over the course of the day, even if it's like a gradual thing? I don't know. I'll have to look that up. Some of our viewers are saying 7%. So one source online says, I think I have it. I think I have it right here. Investor.gov. Look, I have it. I can show it to you right now. Look at the Dow. The Dow is down 4.5%. The Dow is at its lows for the day, 4.5%. All right, let me show you this about the circuit breakers. I'll just read it to you so you can look at the Dow. Investor.gov says, market-wide circuit breakers provide for cross-market trading halts during a severe market decline as measured by a single-day decrease in the S&P 500 index. A cross-market trading halt can be triggered at 3 circuit breaker thresholds, 7%, 13%, and 20%. So if S&P 500 goes down 7%, before 3:25 p.m., trading will halt for 15 minutes. After 3:25 p.m., will not halt market-wide trading, says investor.gov. For levels 1 or 2. A level 3 circuit breaker any time of the day will halt market-wide trading for the remainder of the trading day. So the most that the S&P 500 can go down for a day is 20%. And then they just shut off trading for the day. But if it goes down 7%, the S&P 500, before 3:25 p.m., there will be a market-wide trading halt for 15 minutes. That's according to investor.gov. Currently, the S&P 500 is down 4.69%, so it would have to go down a bunch more. It would have to go down about 50% again of what it's already gone down today. I am Puff Puff says, calm down, everything will be okay. Let's see here. Our viewer Dissy says Trump session. Drencrow thinks the Chinese can't handle free trade. English Militia thinks the S&P 500 is going to hit 6% easy today. Orvilleib says, calm down now, that's funny. Renee says, this happened in 2020, that's fine. Ackland says, everything is absolutely not okay. So the Dow is way down. How much did the Dow go down yesterday? I can't remember. It was a lot. 4%, 3%? That's what I thought it was. I can't remember exactly what it was, though. Let me look it up. Chris N says too much. The Dow is now down 4.6% today. Look at this. Okay, yesterday, the Dow yesterday was down 4%. The S&P 500 yesterday was 4.8% down. NASDAQ was 6% down. Russell 2000 was 6.6% down. Today, we're at Dow down 4.69%, NASDAQ 4.72, Russell 2000 5.36, S&P 500 4.69. So combining the 2 days, the S&P has gone down about 9.5% in 2 days. The Dow has gone down about 9% in 2 days. NASDAQ has gone down about almost 11% in 2 days. And the Russell 2000 small cap index has gone down about 12% in 2 days. Jim McCoy thinks it's all transitory. Wow. I mean, the Dow is approaching it is at the lows for the day. It is at the lows for the day. It's right around the lows for the day, down almost, it keeps dropping. Look at this. Now, just so you know, Bitcoin has been about even, it's actually up a little today. Bitcoin's about 83,000 now, right around 83,000. Maybe some people are putting it into Bitcoin instead of stocks. I don't know. Whew. But huge moves today in stocks. In the US. We talked about some of the world markets too. Would have been interesting to have a press briefing today. No press briefing today. This is the Dow Jones Industrial Average. What a way to end the week, huh? Last trading day of the week. Markets closed over the weekend. Solomon says, I think a press briefing would do more harm than good. Endless says Friday fire sale. By the way, S&P 500. All right, S&P 500 is now down 5.25%. NASDAQ is down 5.3%. Russell 2000 down 5.19%. What is the S&P 500 close to its low for the day? I'm looking right here. I think the S&P 500 is close to its low for the day. It is now down. Now remember, if the S&P 500 somehow got to 7% down before 3:25 p.m. Eastern Time, we would have a 15-minute halt in trading. It is at S&P is at 5.23% down right now. Tesla, one of our viewers said, is down 10% today to 240. One moment here. I am just looking for something I wanted to show you. Give me one moment here. Oh, this also happened. I was going to talk about this. The Shein and Temu. Shein and Temu are these Chinese sites, Chinese shopping sites, where they ship stuff directly from China. And they're known for having like really cheap goods. They've really gotten bigger in the U.S. The last couple of years. But President Trump recently, when he put on the new tariffs, he also announced he's closing a loophole, which have let those companies avoid fees for importing stuff to the U.S. So check this out. I want to show you this. No, not that. There. Trump's tariffs may make your Shein and Temu orders more expensive. Here's why. Your Shein and Temu hauls, this is from the Washington Post, are about to cost a lot more. President Trump revoked a nearly century-old tax loophole that saved companies from paying tens of billions of dollars in fees on cheap imports, most of which come from China. The move, which came Wednesday after Trump announced sweeping tariffs on most U.S. trading partners, could affect businesses from Etsy sellers and family-run footwear companies to e-commerce behemoths. Is it behemoths? Behemoths, starting on May 2nd. In fact, in fiscal 2022, 83% of all U.S. e-commerce imports used the loophole known as de minimis, according to a government report. Trump had initially done away with the de minimis exception in February, but the move quickly overwhelmed U.S. Customs and Border Protection workers and prompted the U.S. Postal Service to briefly suspend inbound shipments from China and Hong Kong. The administration then reinstated the loophole to allow the Commerce Department to craft a way to collect the duties. The agency now has adequate systems in place to collect tax revenue on these low-value goods, the White House said Wednesday. Imports that qualify for the exemption will now face a duty of either 30% of their value or $25 an item. That $25 tax will increase to $50 after June 1st. Ultimately, these costs are likely to filter down to consumers. De minimis means something that is too small or insignificant to be considered. The rule allows items being shipped to or brought into the United States that are worth less than $800 to circumvent import taxes. E-commerce sites like Shein and Temu have thrived off this loophole, allowing them to avoid paying billions of dollars in duties. Some trade experts contend these apps have fueled a surge in imports since 2015. How will this affect my orders from Shein, Temu, and Amazon Haul? Without de minimis, prices on those orders could jump as much as 30%, costing consumers about $22 billion annually. A good chunk of that will apply to Temu and Shein orders. Also potentially affected is Amazon, which announced its own platform in November called Haul that similarly sells cheap goods directly from China. With the tax loophole going away, brands that rely on sourcing low-cost goods, especially from China, are going to have a really tough time because their margins are already really thin. Budget-seeking consumers who have turned to companies like Shein and Temu for cheap apparel and housewares will bear the brunt of any price changes. So if you're a Shein or Temu shopper, it looks to me, from what that article was saying, like your prices from there might be going up. It says starting May 2nd. Personal Munchies says 30% increases for your equipment. It's going to be insane for system integrators and small PC companies. I guess the idea is that some businesses could use products that they get shipped from China. Would that be the idea? Yeah, like these imports that have been able to ship with this exception, tax duty-free or fee-free, help boost margins for small to medium-sized businesses in the U.S., said this expert. I don't know if they're reselling it or using it for themselves. I'm a little confused about that. But anyways, something I just wanted to mention. But I know a lot of American consumers will buy stuff on those sites, inexpensive stuff on those sites. Roger Shoemaker says nobody voted for higher consumer prices and ruined 401ks. Flor Morena says, I don't use Shein or Temu. Patricia Sal says, I voted for this. Don Singleton says, America great yet? Is America great yet? With about 2.5 hours in the trading day left, the Dow is down over 4.3%. And, oops, hold on a second. Why am I seeing that? Oh. There we go. NASDAQ is down 5%. The Russell 2000 is down 5.85%. S&P 500 down 4.43%. Wait, is that up to date? No, that was not up to date. Let's try that again. NASDAQ is down 5.14%. S&P 500 is down 5.03%. Russell 2000 is down 5.59%. If the S&P 500 index were to drop 7% during the day before 3:25 p.m., there would be a 15-minute pause in trading. Hang on one moment here. Sean says groceries are definitely going up. Paula Thompson thinks I'm not sure a pause would help. Irish Sweetness thinks everybody should go play golf. Dow down 4.5%. I don't know. Am I going to stay on till the market closes today? I don't know. Well, it's it feels like a day where like big news could happen, but I don't know, Who knows what the White House will announce or Trump will announce, or you never know what's coming next from minute to minute. Emma Jackson says everything will get worse before it gets better. Valor says this is ridiculous. Stop these ridiculous tariffs now. Yes, I am still in Lima, Peru. Remember, the tariffs, the 10% on almost every country, on most countries, goes into effect at 12:01 a.m. tonight. The higher retaliatory tariffs on many countries like China go into effect April 9th at 12:01 a.m. So, we'll have to see when push comes to shove, are these tariffs still in effect when they go into effect? Truth WSYF thinks they won't go into effect. We did a poll about that earlier. Most of you think, the majority of you said that he would not significantly reduce the tariffs. But some of you, a sizable minority, thought that he would significantly reduce the tariffs before they went into effect. President Trump posted something on Truth Social about Tik Tok. Here is a new post from President Trump about Tik Tok. Here it is. Look. My administration has been working very hard on a deal to save TikTok, and we have made tremendous progress. The deal requires more work to ensure all necessary approvals are signed, which is why I am signing an executive order to keep TikTok up and running for 75 more days. He's extending the deadline for 75 more days on TikTok. He says, we hope to continue working in good faith with China, who I understand are not very happy about our reciprocal tariffs, necessary for fair and balanced trade between China and the USA. This proves that tariffs are the most powerful economic tool and very important to our national security. We do not want TikTok to go dark. We look forward to working with TikTok and China to close the deal. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So President Trump has signing an executive order to extend the TikTok deadline for 75 more days. China, it is a Chinese business. Chinese government has to approve any kind of sale of TikTok in America. He just posted that. Our viewer, Gubby Records says the economy is crashing and he is talking about TikTok. Again, the deadline was tomorrow. Mr. Anderson thinks no way China will sell TikTok after this. Again, the U.S. is saying that they need to sell their American operation. Rocky B says these tariffs need to be pulled back or there will be more blood. Markets don't bottom on Fridays. Hey, the Dow is now down only 3.9%. All right, so there's your TikTok update, guys. Remember, there was a law that the U.S. Congress passed and the president signed, President Biden, I believe, signed, that said that TikTok needed to be sold or banned by a certain date. And I believe, didn't President Trump already extend that once? If I have that right, did he already extend it once? So this would be the second extension? Some of our viewers are saying yes. I think I remember that. So it's now being extended until like mid-June or the end of June or something. End of June. Raven says it was his first or one of his first executive orders. Wow. What a day. Hang on a moment here. Sam Stein, who I follow with Bulwark, says, is it legal for Trump to extend the deadline for 75 days? I mean, it's an interesting question because, again, the original, there's a law that was passed and passed by Congress, signed by the president, that had an original deadline on it. So the question would be like, can he just unilaterally say, well, the deadline in the law, I'm going to extend it? That I don't know. I understand the question, I just don't know. Douthis says, if he is breaking the law, who is going to enforce it? Not Congress. By the way, I want to mention something really quick about this. Two things. First of all, here's something about the Nintendo Switch. Tariffs caused Nintendo to delay Switch 2 pre-orders in U.S., says Washington Post. Nintendo is delaying pre-orders for its highly anticipated Switch 2 console due to tariffs announced by President Trump, the company said in a statement today. They said pre-orders for the Switch 2, in the U.S. will not start on April 9th in order to assess the potential impact of tariffs and evolving market conditions. Nintendo will update timing at a later date. They are still launching it on June 5th. The announcement comes 2 days after Trump announced sweeping tariffs on much of the world, plunging the economy into uncertainty and sending stock markets diving. They include an additional 34% tariff on products from China, a new 46% tariff on goods from Vietnam, and 49% on Cambodia. Nintendo, headquartered in Japan, itself hit with a 24% tariff, has shifted large portions of its hardware production away from China to Vietnam and Cambodia. Nintendo appears to be one of the first major companies to publicly adjust plans for a major release based on the tariffs. Again, I don't know if they'll change the price. The device is the long-awaited successor to the Switch, the third best-selling game console in history, after the PlayStation 2 and Nintendo DS, with a base price of $449.99. It offers a few twists on the handheld platform's design, ... Now, if that's the base price, if the price is basically $450, if there's a 24% tariff on Japan, I don't know how this works, but if that base price is subject to the Japan tariff, then we're talking about, if my math is correct, over $100 tariff on it coming in. Now, Spunky Ham thinks it's already at sellers in the U.S. Is that true? I mean, I could see the idea that if people imported it before the tariff goes into effect, I guess they've gotten it into the country already. I don't know if any of those are already in the U.S. and how many. But let me say this. Suppose that some are in the U.S. I don't know if they are. Suppose some Switch 2s are in the U.S. sitting in boxes. I would think it's possible that Nintendo feels that's just a small percentage of the ones that might be sold in the US. So I'm guessing what Nintendo would not want to do is if they were considering the pricing on this, if they feel that they're going to have to, spend roughly $100 tariff, or not, if they feel that the importer, not Nintendo, it would be the American importer, if they feel that the American importer is going to have to spend $100 on each of these being brought into the U.S., and they think, well, maybe because that would be coming out of the importer's pocket, maybe they would think, well, we need to raise the price on this so the importers can not, take that big hit. What they wouldn't want to do, I don't think, is come out with it at one price, and then as soon as the current stock in the U.S., if there is such stock, they wouldn't want to come out with it at one price for the supposed Nintendo Switch 2s that are sitting in boxes in the U.S. right now, if that's true, and then raise it after that. They wouldn't want to raise the price on it. So if they're going to announce a price increase, I would assume it would also impact the Switch 2s already sitting in boxes in the U.S. if there are such Switch 2s. That's what I was trying to say. I don't know. I don't really know what they're going to do about this, but they're certainly they're pausing it to think about things. So I wonder if the price will change. Thanks, Kellen, by the way, for being a member. And hold on a second here. Thanks, Irish Sweetness, for being a member from Canada. Thanks also Napoleon Solo, who thinks an apt comparison is if the Titanic purposely steered toward the iceberg. Thanks also the Horror Mother for the gift membership. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Slot Lady. Do you think the no tax on overtime will happen? I don't know what's going to happen with President Trump's various proposals, like no tax on tips, etc. No tax on overtime. I mean, I don't look. So we have to see what happens with Congress and the president, and also I believe for these tax changes to pass, they have to get paid for with other revenue coming in, like spending cuts. I don't know where all this stuff is going with the various spending bills. With the various spending proposals. We'll have to see what happens. There's this question of where, if President Trump wants to cut taxes or keep his tax cuts, which are expiring, I believe, if he wants to do either of those things, he needs to find money. There's talk about where possibly cuts to Medicaid, because in order, I believe, if I have this right, in order to well, hang on a second here. I don't want to mess this up. But I believe he needs to find the money to make those. to find money to balance that out. And there's talk about where that money could come from. Give me 1 second here. I'll mention something about this. Hold on. Yeah, so just a little summary here as I show you, I'll read you a little something here as I show you the Dow right now. There's the Dow. So what The Economist pointed out back in February is they said that the House passed a budget blueprint at the end of February. And Republicans are searching for savings to fund $4.5 trillion of tax cuts. And then I'm trying to get you some more detail on all of that debate. Yeah, so I think the idea is to get something through the Senate, if I have this right, to get something through the Senate, normally you need 60 votes, but the Republicans can do it with 51 votes if they use this procedure called reconciliation. But I believe, roughly speaking, reconciliation can only apply to financial changes that are revenue neutral. Right. So they have to fund, if they're going to cut taxes, they have to fund that by finding spending cuts somewhere else. That's my understanding. I was trying to find you a nice little summary of that situation. Anyways, my point, the overall point though, is that I don't know what's going to happen with all the proposed, with President Trump's wanting to have no taxes on tips and other tax-related stuff. But it's unclear what might pass, and it's unclear where the Republicans in Congress are going to find the money to balance out the tax cuts. So we'll have to see what happens. That's my very short, not very expert at all summary of that question. Summary of my response to that question. I'm sure we'll be talking about that in the coming months. By the way, as you're seeing, the Dow is now down over 4% today, and the NASDAQ is down 4.72%. I'm sorry, NASDAQ is down 4.39%, S&P 500 down 4.45%, and Russell 2000 down 4.69%. Our viewer, is it Lemon Cap, said Schumer was having a press conference soon about tariffs. Let me just check something here. Give me a moment. Once again, I have too many things open on my desktop. Oh, Schumer is going to talk. Hey, guys, Chuck Schumer is going to talk in a couple minutes about tariffs and the budget resolution. Hold on. Let me put this on. Thanks for mentioning that to our viewer. Let me get this up on the screen for you guys. Hold on. I'm going to put it on the screen right now. Let's see if this works this way. Wait, what am I doing here? There. Okay, now I think I have to switch something here. I have to make a little change. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Let me just make an adjustment here. I got to make an adjustment. Let me make a quick adjustment to fix this. All right, so we'll watch. Chuck Schumer is going to speak. A news conference. Democratic Minority Leader Schumer.
That makes sense now.
I am checking for some other updates here. You can see the sign next to where Chuck Schumer will be speaking says, Republican plan Families lose, billionaires win. By the way, there's a new tornado watch issued by National Weather Service for parts of Arkansas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, and Texas until 9 p.m. Central Time. Thanks so much, by the way, to Mitchell Pilot for the gift memberships. Wow, Mitchell Pilot, so nice of you. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. And Sherry Talkington, our new member. Thank you, Sherry. Also, thank you to Kellen for being a member. Kellen. And Irish Sweetness, our member. Also, Dark Crypto 800, thanks for the bits. We are about to hear from Senator Chuck Schumer. Our viewer, The Prepared Ranch, thinks all of the new investments in America for the upcoming blue-collar robot factory workforce will be lucky to see a few thousand new jobs at best. Hardly the revitalization of American blue-collar workforce they're touting. That's what our viewer, The Prepared Ranch, wrote in to me. Oh, I can see my DMs again. AHJIN Guild says some of Switch 2 pricing for games has increased. Oh, well, I'll have to check that later. Here's Senator Schumer. He's talking. He's going to talk right now. It's Senator Schumer.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see what the sign says. Ah, that's a familiar sign.
Yeah. Can we maybe move that? So
Just pull it over a little.
There you go.
No, the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah, stay right here. Oh, okay. All right, thank you for coming, and I'm happy to be joined by my colleagues, Senators Wyden, Klobuchar, Cortez Masto, and Ben Ray Lujan. It's great to be here with all of you. Now, this week, Donald Trump made one of the dumbest decisions he's ever made as president, and that is saying a whole lot. Instead of fixing inflation, which he promised to do, Donald Trump unleashed a wave of tariffs that will make inflation much, much worse. It is estimated the average American family will pay $5,000 more a year because of these tariffs. It is believed that these tariffs will hurt our economy and families from one end of America to the other. Here's what the nonpartisan chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, just said. It will increase inflation and slow growth. So, I am introducing an amendment to the Senate budget resolution with Senator Klobuchar and many other Dems that says that the amendment will make sure that any tariff put in place after January 20th, 25 will be rescinded if they have increased the costs of groceries, medicines, or other secondary goods. We leave in place the tariffs only on China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. Now, Trump promised to lower prices on day one. Remember that? Well, they're going way up. And why is he doing these tariffs? Why would he do something like this? Because the Republican Party is in the vice grip of a group of very greedy billionaires. They have a billionaire bubble. And they say, all this money from tariffs could help make our taxes lower. It's a disgrace. It's an absolute disgrace. The amendment that we're doing calls for rescinding Trump's disastrous, chaotic tariffs that are hurting Americans. Everything's going to go up. Groceries, medicines, cars, gasoline, furniture, clothing, you name it. It's going to go up because this is across the board, across the world. And by the way, businesses hate this, not just big businesses, small businesses. They need certainty. And when they hear about all these tariffs coming out, they don't hire any new people. They don't expand any services. They don't build a new plant. They say, uh-oh, these tariffs are coming. I better keep my money in my pocket, increasing the chance of a recession significantly. The major banks have just increased the chances that we'd have a recession where it's harder to get a job, keep a job, pay the bills than under more normal circumstances. So we have here a pincer of pain. On the one hand, Trump and the Republicans are taking away vital services in health care and in housing and in food and in so many other things Americans need, and then at the same time, with the other side of the pincer, they're squeezing them by creating higher prices. So, all day long, Democrats are going to come to the floor to expose the sheer destruction of the Republican agenda. People are learning. They're learning that the Republicans are, that Donald Trump, Musk, Doge, and the Republicans are not on their side. They're learning that these people are doing things just for the billionaires. And they are learning that Donald Trump is not only breaking his promise to them, but he's betraying them. Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Leader. So here's where...
Oh, forgot one point. This is one of my favorite points. I left it out. The tariffs are so poorly planned. Sorry. The tariffs are so poorly planned that he's taxing penguins, not Putin, because the tax is levied on the herd in McDonald Islands, where only penguins live, but he's leaving Russia alone. Thank you for that little addition.
So here's where things are right now. It's a bloodbath in the markets again today. And what you have all over the country now is Americans wincing as they look at their retirement accounts. And people are petrified. We're getting the calls about their jobs, their own personal finances. So they're hurting, but the billionaires, on the other hand, have got an ace in the hole. And that's their friends in the United States Senate, the Republicans. So while the economy is burning, thanks to Donald Trump's reckless tariffs, the bill the Republicans are scrambling to pass is essentially a bailout for them and big corporations. And he is taking the United States back to economic policy that predates the night bulb. He's driving up prices across the board. They did such an incompetent job. As you heard, they're talking about penguins. I guess as ranking Democrat on the Finance Committee, I got to be ready to maybe protect koala bears. Who knows what's next? Donald J. Hoover says he's not going to back down. And that is bad news for everybody who's counting on a steady paycheck to get by. But the well-connected billionaires who helped Donald Trump get back in power are safe in the knowledge that Senate Republicans have got their backs. The reality is, unless you're way up at the upper end of the income scale, any benefit you get from this Republican tax bill is going to get blown out of the water as the Trump tariffs continue to hike inflation. Trump, meanwhile, is completely out of touch, and as you have heard, they don't even really care about the harm they're causing. Donald Trump said so himself. He talked about auto manufacturing and said, quote, "I couldn't care less if they raise taxes." But what's even more striking is yesterday after the market crash. Donald Trump was asked about his tariffs, and he said, "I think it's going very well." You walk into a coffee shop in my home state, and you said something like that, that response you would be getting from people would be devastating, starting with the fact that they would call him a hypocrite because he said he was going to be concerned about the cost of living, and he's working on practically everything else. Thank you.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you, Senator Schumer. So, while we debate this Republican budget on the floor, which clearly gives 2/3 of the benefits to the wealthiest people and big corporations, at the same time, he's hit us with these tariffs. And I call these the Trump tariff tax. That's what this is. It is a $4,000 tax increase on every single family in this country. That's the average, $4,000. So Elon Musk can afford this, right? He doesn't care. In fact, he's getting a $50 million benefit from this budget they're putting out there. That's his tax decrease. But for families, for small businesses, for small farmers in my state, this is devastating. They already are operating on a month-to-month budget. So it's really important to see this in that context, that the budget and these tariffs at the same time, the people that are going to most suffer, everyone on TV, Wall Street, they're all talking about, oh, and I was on shows with some of them. They're like, and they're right, this is devastating for the street. They've never seen a market like this. It's really bad, but you got to take it from Wall Street to Main Street. And what these tariffs do is raise taxes on American families by nearly $4,000 a year. What do they do with cars? $3,000 increase for average family to buy a car. New homes for young people, $20,000 on average for a new home. It hits everyone in our economy, but perhaps those that are most scared right now are people who are depending on their savings, not in the long term, but immediately. Seniors depending on their savings. This might not mean much to Elon Musk, but it means a lot to average families. It means a lot to the people I met with in rural Minnesota on my 14-county tour when they would come up, show up at these things, never gone to a political event before, and say, because of what's happening with Canada now, I've lost a market. I don't think I can make it anymore. Our economy is a global economy, and he is cutting us off from the rest of the world. Just ask any one of those 70% of Canadians that have canceled their trips to the U.S. It's not just manufacturing and farming, it is also our service industries. It is people in hospitality, it's those small cafes, it's those hotels. They are all going to suffer. That is the impact of the tariffs. And all we need is for our Republican colleagues to stand up. 4 of them stood up when Senator Kaine and Senator Warner and I put forward the amendment and the resolution involving Canada. We passed that. So they need to stand up to all of this. If they truly believe in capitalism, they need to put their votes where capitalism is. And that is that competition works, our world relationships work, and Donald Trump is taking us backwards to the Great Depression.
Senator Cortez Masto.
Thank you. Thank you, Leader Schumer, and I'm pleased to join my colleagues to talk about this. I think it is important we shine a light for the American public and our businesses and what's going on here. It's very simple. The fiscal policies of the Trump administration and the Republicans in charge are devastating American families and our small businesses, impacting negatively our economy. And I know, and I see it in Nevada every day. And it's not just the tariffs, and let me get to those, but it is just recently, we got from the JCT, the Senate Republicans, their idea to help American families, let's take it, help American families and small businesses, is to increase the deficit and the debt by $5.5 trillion so they can pass tax cuts for billionaires and wealthy individuals in this country. $5.5 trillion. That's not all, though. They've added another $1.5 trillion to those tax cuts. So now we're talking $7 trillion that the Senate Republicans, that's what they've pushed out there to pay for billionaires, give them the benefits. off the backs of hardworking Americans and our small businesses. That's exactly what's happening right here. And they are so bold about it that they're willing to even ignore past practices of the Senate and come up with some gimmick when it comes to math and say that, oh, it's not really happening. It is outrageous. Because at the end of the day, the tariffs and what we are going to be voting against today, it is actually harming Americans across the country. I know in Nevada, and I want to talk about that because I see it and I feel it every day. I get calls from Nevadans. I'm home with Nevadans. I'm talking with them. Let me just add one simple thing here and put it in perspective. Everybody knows Las Vegas. If you haven't been there, you're welcome to come. But everybody knows Las Vegas. You know that's the main revenue generator for our state, tourism and travel. Tourism and travel. Do you know what happens when you impose high tariffs, reciprocal tariffs on some of our allies like Canada? That means we're not seeing people traveling, international traveling, coming to Las Vegas and to this country. Do you know the United States benefits $12 billion from international travelers? Over $20 billion annually in 2024. That's not happening now. I can tell you in my state, as I talk to folks in my hotels and casinos, and I talk to individuals who are focused on travel and tourism, we are not seeing that. We are seeing a downturn in the types of travel coming to Las Vegas. It is having a negative impact, not just directly for those businesses, but indirectly for the small businesses. And by the way, Donald Trump may think this is a short-term hurt, but what he doesn't realize is 90% of American small businesses say trade is an important function for their growth. And they have a profit margin that is very slim. They are not going to be able to survive whatever Donald Trump thinks that this is some short-term hurt. Small businesses, which are the backbone of our economy, are getting crushed right now. I know it because I just heard from my small businesses. One of them lost a contract with a Canadian contractor. We're seeing it all the time. Any of my small businesses that directly or indirectly deal in tourism travel, they're getting crushed. The tariffs, the policies of the Senate Republicans thinking they can add to the deficit and the debt to pay for, to help billionaires and the wealthy in this country on the backs of the American people and small businesses, it's just disgusting and outrageous. What we should be doing and what the Democrats have always been focused on is how do we lower those household costs for our families? How do we help those small businesses keep their doors open? And you don't just have to listen to what we're saying. Look at our past policies. Everything that we have worked on has been how to help those families and make sure they can have a better life. Make sure that their opportunities for them in this country still exist. So what we are doing today and will continue to do, and I'm proud to stand with my Senate colleagues, is to shine a light on the failed fiscal policies of this administration and the Senate Republicans in control that are harming our economy and, most importantly, harming our families and small businesses.
Senator Lujan.
Thanks. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be with colleagues today. Look, while we're here bringing a fact-based conversation with the American people about what's coming, what's been happening. Prices getting more and more expensive. Constituents visit with me when I'm at the grocery store asking when is Donald Trump going to keep his promise and lower prices because they don't see it. They see things getting more and more expensive. During the campaign, Donald Trump spent a little bit of time out in Detroit, Michigan, and told the auto workers that he was going to fight for them, but we're now seeing, because of the Trump tariffs, more and more auto workers that are being let go. Doesn't care about them. And while we're here doing all of this, it's my understanding that Donald Trump's down at a golf course. Now, I don't know if he's playing today or if he's caddying for somebody. I don't know if anyone trusts him to caddy, but that's what he's up to. When Donald Trump's out there putting the eraser to the scorecard and cheating on his scores, people across the country are just trying to put a meal on the table, trying to figure out if they're going to get to eat or not get to eat. It just shows the disconnect from this president and what we're seeing with these tariffs. Then you have another billionaire who's at Commerce who, you know, somehow is trying to convince the American people that he gets it. He says that if his mom doesn't get a Social Security paycheck, that it's not going to matter, that the only people that complain are those folks that are up to no good. Well, he should travel to New Mexico and visit with my constituents, visit with our families. Someone doesn't get that check, they may not have a roof over their head, they may not have a meal. It's just showing more and more the hypocrisy of what's happening here, the false promise that this president's going to lower prices when everything's going up and up and up. And while he's doing that, you also have this administration going after nutrition programs, food programs, the kind of programs that put a meal on a plate for a student going to school or for a senior citizen or for someone with a disability. And then to boot, this president fired all the people that are supposed to deliver the Meals on Wheels programs to our seniors, folks that may not even be able to leave their home. He doesn't care if people are going to go hungry right now because he's making it harder and harder and harder. That's what these tariffs are doing. And then as I close, look, the guise of what's happening today and what's going to be on the floor here momentarily is under this false narrative from my Republican colleagues who once professed to be fiscal hawks, care about the economy, care about our debts and deficits. They say they want to lower them, but now they came up with this gimmick, which is essentially a lie to the American people, that these Trump tax scams don't cost a penny anymore. $5 trillion all of a sudden, poof, gone, zero. I guess the next thing we're going to hear from my Republican colleagues is the debt in America is now zero. No more annual deficits because of their new math. Let's see how that works for people back home who now have to put something on the credit card and that bill's coming up, who have a mortgage or rent payment. Let's see what's going to happen to them. Do they get to say, nope, I'm using the Republican math and I don't know a penny anymore. That's the nonsense that's at play right now. After all of this, I hope I don't hear one of my Republican colleagues profess fiscal responsibility because they're about to throw it out the door.
Thank you, Ben. Great job. And Ben gave me a good idea. If maybe we can show Donald Trump that the cost of golf balls is likely to go up under these tariffs, maybe he'd learn something. Questions? Yes.
So you talked about how your amendment is calling on rescinding the tariffs. Can you explain the mechanism? Does it end the emergency of the trade deficit? What does it do?
It basically says tariffs are repealed if the cost of goods goes up based on familiar costs of price increases that we know regularly. It's automatic. Doesn't need the emergency. It's just done.
So the CPI, when that comes out the next month, that's
correct. They're gone. That's correct. Mm-hmm. Yes. The amendment says if costs go up for American families because of tariffs, they will automatically be repealed. It's not because of an emergency or anything else, and we know that costs are going to go up. Correct. Column 2 countries. That's correct. Yes.
Loomer took credit for the firing of multiple national security officials, including top staff directors. What do you make of the fact that a conspiracy theorist has such access?
An extreme conspiracy theorist who believes both 9/11 and January 6th were pre-cooked and prearranged. You know what it's like? It's liking the inmate run the asylum. Yes.
Senator Schumer, and feel free to answer this too. This is more for Senator Wyden.
Okay.
President Trump recently announced an extension on the Tik Tok deadline. I was wondering if you all had any reaction to that.
My reaction is very simple. He knows what trouble he's in with tariffs. This is what he always does. He creates a diversion. All he did is extend the 75 days. He didn't make a decision one way or the other. But he knows the American people are so hostile to what he is doing that he always looks for a diversion. Sometimes it's Greenland, sometimes it's the Gulf of Mexico. The diversion today was Tik Tok. Do you want to say something, Ron?
I would just say he's so desperate, he's flailing around. He's just lurching from one thing to another. I mean, under normal circumstances, when you do something colossally bad, you try to fix that problem. I mean, this is somebody who said yesterday after the market crash, and he's asked about the tariffs, I think it's going very well. So he is the all-time leader for somebody in politics being out of it. And I share the leader's view that he's flailing around looking for a diversion, and that's where we are.
You know, one other thing when we think about the bad news that he confronted this week was what happened in Wisconsin and what happened in those tightening in those Florida races and what happened the week before in Pennsylvania. This is not small ball stuff. In Wisconsin, 10 counties that went to him before, right, went to Judge Crawford. In the rural areas, and I was in some of them on Saturday, in the rural areas, there were counties sort of on the Minnesota border that are pretty conservative that flipped 15, 20 points. So it's not that hard to make the through line in a election that was very nationalized, right? It wasn't about which judge had the best qualifications. I believe Judge Crawford did. But it was about Elon Musk. It was about what's happening out there. And in the rural areas, trust me on this, because I've seen them come out in our rural areas, it's just about the havoc, the chaos, the fact that they have nothing to depend on anymore. They are Social Security dependent, a number of them, but they are also dependent on a farm economy that works. And he has done literally everything he could to put that economy that's already difficult into turmoil with these tariffs.
In rural, urban, or suburban counties, the American people are getting wise to him. Every day they see how bad he is for them. Every day he sees how he's broken they see how he's broken their promises, and he sees it on the side of the billionaires, not on them. Last question.
Senator Schumer, do you and your colleagues plan to call for a censure of Senator Moreno?
Look, let me say this. What Senator Moreno did is absolutely despicable. It's anti-Semitic, plain and simple. It's outrageous. I lost lots of people in the Holocaust to Hitler. And for him to use those words, first, we demand he apologize immediately, but we also demand that his Republican colleagues start denouncing him on something that is so blatantly anti-Semitic. Thank you.
All right, that was the Senator Schumer and other Democratic senators news conference talking about their disapproval of how President Trump is mostly talking about how they disapproved of President Trump's tariff and economic policy. While they were talking, look at what happened with the Dow Jones, guys. I think it's at its low for the day, the Dow Jones. Let me get it on the screen for you. One moment here. I need to put this. I'll make it bigger for you guys. I got to do it this way, though. Do that. Hold on. That. Okay, take this off. Pick this up. The Dow. The Dow is at its low for the day, it looks like, down 4.85%. And the other indexes, S&P 500 down 5.36, NASDAQ down 5.21%, Russell 2000 down 4.24%. If somehow the S&P 500 hits 7% down before 3:25 p.m. Eastern Time, that would trigger a 15-minute circuit breaker, halt in trading. Right now, the S&P 500 is at minus 5.37%. It would have to go down a bunch before hitting 7%, but certainly something to keep an eye on. Rio Bernays Sauce says, we are in correction. I want to say a quick thank you to, thanks so much for your support, Ellen Sherman. I really appreciate that, Ellen Sherman. Sorry for the delay in thanking you. Also, thanks to Mr. Rivas for your support. And Nico, our member, for being a member, thank you. Also, Mitchell Pilot, thanks for your support. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. And Melody Aceves, thank you. Mitchell Pilot said, How about that 20% approval rating for Democrats, Chuck? Thank you for being here as we watch look at the Dow is getting close to minus 5% down. You can see the graph on the top shows you. It's at its low for the day. The Dow is dropping. The S&P 500 now is at 5.51% down. The S&P 500 is at 5.51% down. If it drops another 1.5% before 3:25 p.m. Eastern Time, we would have a circuit breaker. Now, that's a ways to go. It hasn't gotten really close to that yet. But we're about to see the Dow maybe go down 5% for the day. Are we going to see the Dow go down 5% for the day? We're very close. Look at this. We have an hour and a half left in the trading day before the weekend break. Get Off My Lawn says no whammy. What's going to happen in the last hour and a half of trading? I don't know. Probably have to stay on the air and see it at this point. You never know. It could go up in the last hour and a half of trading. Yesterday, the Dow dropped 4%. NASDAQ dropped 6% yesterday. Yeah, yesterday the Dow went down 4%. The S&P 500 went down 4.8%. NASDAQ went down 6%. The Russell 2000 went down 6.6%. Tyler Green says, this is awful. Huge drops in these U.S. indexes today and yesterday. Whew. Wow. Bitcoin was up a little bit earlier today. Bitcoin is at 83,880. Oh no, roughly about 84,000, up about 3% for the day. A little less than that. All right, let me do a couple news checks here. The Dow did at one point drop more than 2,000 points. As B&O News and others have pointed out. At one point, it was down 2,000 points. I've been looking at the percentage. Earlier today, China announced 34% tariffs on imported U.S. goods, matching the new 34% tariff that Trump announced against China. Remember, the 10% the 10% tariff baseline on various countries goes into effect in the U.S. at 12:01 a.m. tonight. Then the larger tariffs, like the 34% on Chinese goods, go into effect at 12:01 a.m. on April 9th. Our viewer, Free and Fair, says, this will affect your parents, siblings, aunts, uncles, cousins, and neighbors. Think of all the people. This is so bad for just think. Over 2,000 point drop. Okay, we're over 2,000 again. Over 2,000 point drop in the Dow, as you can see right there. It was briefly over 2,000 points. It's at over 2,000 again. The S&P 500 is at minus 5.61%. If the S&P, as I understand it, if the S&P 500 hits 7% down before 3:25 p.m., there will be a circuit breaker. Stop in trading for 15 minutes. The Dow is over 5% down. Breaking news, the Dow is down over 5%. S&P 500 down 5.65%, 5.66%. NASDAQ down 5.6%. Russell 2000 down 4.55%. This is the low for the day. Look at the Dow is dropping. They just had to move the graph down some. The Dow is down almost 2,100 points. How is the trading day going to end? We got about 80 minutes left. Wow, unbelievable. The S&P 500 is down 5.67%. Wow. S&P now at 5.68%. If the S&P drops another 5.69% S&P. If the S&P 500 drops another 1.31%, S&P is now at 5.7% down. If the S&P drops to 7% down, we will hit a circuit breaker. That would be a big story. That would be a big headline if it dropped so much it hit a circuit breaker. I mean, it's a big headline, obviously, as it is. But still got a little ways to go before that would happen. Maybe we'll do a quick poll about circuit breaker. Right now, S&P is at negative 5.64%. It has to hit 7% for a circuit breaker. Will we have a circuit breaker today? That would be S&P down 7%. I just posted, before 3:25 p.m. Eastern Time, I just posted the poll question in YouTube. I am now going to post it in Twitch. We have a ways to go before we get there, although you never know. Let me just post this here. I got to post it up on Facebook there. Again, for a circuit breaker, you need S&P 500 to go down 7%. Let me show you what you guys said in our poll about the circuit breaker. The Dow is down almost 2,100 points. Wow. Okay, here is your... The Dow is down 2,100 points. Breaking news, the Dow is down 2,100 points. Oops, here. 57% of you on YouTube. Look at the Dow. It's now down 5.25%. 57% of on YouTube think we're going to have a circuit breaker today. Hold on a second. What is happening with the S&P 500 as the Dow keeps dropping more? Oh my gosh. S&P is at minus 5.8. S&P is at minus 5.8. If it hits minus 7%, that is a circuit breaker. All right, so 59% of you think we'll have a circuit breaker over there on YouTube. On Facebook, it is 50-50. And here is the poll result over there on Twitch. It's basically 50-50 on Twitch. $53 to $47. Thanks for voting in our polls. We're still a ways from that, though. The current S&P is down 5.73%. Over 2,100 points, the Dow. This is after it dropped 4%. The Dow dropped 4% yesterday. NASDAQ dropped 6% yesterday. One of our viewers, who said this? One of our viewers on Twitch, F4T Ginger, thinks end of day sell-off isn't coming. Could we, hey, we could see, will we see a big move? You could see it go up at the end of the day. Maybe it'll pare its losses. Look at this. Oh, the Dow is dropping further. It's dropping even more, 5.3% now. $5.32%. Wow. Adrian Hall says this is insane. The Dow is down almost 2% in 2 days, almost 10% in 2 days. Wow, it keeps dropping. What is going on with the S&P 500? S&P 500 is at minus 5.92. I have to go back and check my circuit breaker and be sure about this. Yes, the S&P 500 going down 7% would cause a circuit breaker. It is now, S&P 500 is down 5.96%. S&P 500. This is incredible. Wow. Look at this. We're getting close to Dow Jones being down 2,200 points. One of our viewers said there is still time to prepare. Do it now. Kaltenberg, our viewer, says retreat to safety for the weekend. Your World Tour Guide says this is unbelievable. Yes, we have an hour and 15 minutes. Until the close. What is going to happen in the last hour and 15 minutes? I have no idea. I mean, We are not that far from a circuit breaker. The S&P 500 is at minus 5.85%. It would have to hit minus 7%. Air Jordan Almond says, why the panic over 5%? It has been worse. To clarify, yesterday, the Dow was down 4% yesterday. NASDAQ was down 6% yesterday. Who knows? Maybe it'll pair its losses in the last 80 minutes. Actually, not even. 73 minutes. Sentient Cannabis says, explain to him what 5% means in market value, how much money just went up in smoke. Now, this is the market. This is different. Well, it's connected to the tariff policy. But remember, tariffs going up will impact the prices of goods in countries around the world, sending them up. So that's a whole other thing that's going to hit people, assuming they go into effect. But as of 12:01 a.m. tonight, that's when the baseline 10% tariff goes into effect on most countries by the U.S. on the imported goods from most countries. It was under 5, and now it's over 5 again. Wow. We're just waiting to see what happens at the end of the trading day. Jay Knows Which says, this is nothing. The slow pain will be in the daily higher prices. That will be difficult. We're bringing you live coverage here. We are seeing what happens. Hang on a moment. I'm going to check for some news updates. If you give me a moment here. Look at the AP headline right now. Let me show you. Real quick, I'll show you real quick the AP headline. Dow plunges 2,100 in a worsening global sell-off after China retaliates against Trump tariffs. There is a glum person in the photo looking at stock market charts. AP says the worldwide sell-off for financial markets is slamming into an even higher, scarier gear. The S&P 500 tumbled 5.7% Friday. The Dow Jones plunged 2,100 points and NASDAQ dropped 5.7%. Markets are facing their worst crisis since the COVID crash after China matched President Trump's big raise in tariffs in an escalating trade war. Not even a better than expected report on the U.S. job market, which is usually the economic highlight of each month, was enough to stop the slide. The price of oil slid to its lowest level since 2001 because of anticipations of an economic slowdown. That's what it would be for that. AP also says few sectors were spared in trading today. One day after U.S. companies lost $2 trillion in value and finished with their biggest one-day drop since COVID-19 flattened the global economy 5 years ago. Companies who sell their goods to China were hit hard today, including those in aerospace, agriculture, and heavy equipment. Some of yesterday's biggest losers, banks, airlines, and technology companies, sank again today. Others, such as retailers, clothing, and restaurants, were down, but not as bad as yesterday. Some Nike, even posted small gains today. Tariffs are effectively a business tax that gets passed on to consumers. If prices for goods and services rise, consumers could tighten their budgets and pull back on spending for non-essential goods and services, says AP. Consumer spending makes up about 70% of economic activity in the U.S. A significant decline in demand would cause businesses to produce fewer goods, limiting growth and potentially causing a recession. J.P. Morgan raised its forecast for the risk of a recession to 60% on Thursday, up from a previous 40%. Now, I don't think these are totally up to date, but AP says Deere and Company, as in John Deere, I believe, down 2.8% Friday after losing 5% Thursday. Archer Daniels Midland down 7.1% Friday after losing 0.8% on Thursday. Caterpillar down 5.2% on Friday after losing 8.6% on Thursday. Boeing down 8% on Friday after losing 10.5% on Thursday. China also imposed more export controls on rare earths, which includes materials used in high-tech products in aerospace manufacturing and the defense sector. Also, airlines have been hit heavily. AP points out airlines had been projecting a strong year for profits. However, if Americans are faced with higher prices for essentials, economists say that could put a crimp in their travel budgets. United Airlines was down 10.4% today after losing 15.6% on Thursday. American Airlines down 8.3% on today after losing 10.3% on Thursday. Delta Airlines down 7.3% today after losing 10.7% on Thursday. Also heavily hit have been banks. AP says if the economy slips into a recession, households and businesses will be less likely to borrow money as demand for products and services decline. Wells Fargo down 6% today after losing 9.1% yesterday. Bank of America down 6.7% today after losing 11.1% on Thursday. JP Morgan Chase down 6.2% today after losing 7% on Thursday. The Dow was below 5% down, but it's now at 5% down again. We have an hour and 5 minutes left in the trading day. What is going to happen? An hour and 5 minutes left in the trading day. We have been here covering live. Stocks down again, hitting in the U.S., getting hit very hard after China announced retaliation tariffs of 34% on U.S. goods in response to Trump's 34% tariff he announced on Chinese goods, additional tariff. So at this point, we're gonna be here till the end, till the closing day, till closing bell. Maybe I might have video of the closing bell. We got to see what happens here. At this point, we got to stay with it and see what happens. Our viewer, what is it there? I'm trying to read the name of it. Flew by. 13th Beetle Jr. says amazingly bad. Catherine Gold says, let it fall. A bear market is the term on Wall Street for a decline of more than 20% from its latest peak. The NASDAQ already is in a bear market, fell into bear market today. The S&P 500 has fallen about 16% or so from its mid-February high. By the way, the S&P 500 right now is at minus 5.47%. NASDAQ is down 5.3%, 3%. Russell 2000 down about 5%. If the S&P 500 hits 7% down before 3:25 p.m., that triggers a 15-minute circuit breaker, stop in trading. But I don't think that the S&P 500 has hit 6% down yet today. It's been down close to the 6% down, but it hasn't hit that yet. Just about an hour left. Germany's DAX index lost 5% today, earlier today. France's CAC 40 index dropped 4.3%. Japan's Nikkei fell 2.8%. Some other stocks that have been hit, AP mentions technology stocks. They say companies that make and sell computers, smartphones, and other technology source many of their parts from abroad. Some manufacture their entire products overseas, meaning they will have to pay a tariff when those products are shipped back to sale for consumers. Apple was down 9.3% yesterday, down 3.2% more today, says AP. HP down 14.7% yesterday, down 4.3% today. Dell down 19% yesterday, down 4.9% today. NVIDIA down 7.8% yesterday, down 5.3% today. Up, the Dow's going down some more now, 5.08%. Oh, hold on. I saw a report here. Hold on a moment. Breaking news. A judge has ordered the Trump administration to return a Maryland man erroneously deported to El Salvador, to an El Salvador prison. A judge has ordered the Trump administration to return Kilmar Abrigo Garcia to the U.S. by Monday. Kyle Cheney from Politico reporting this. A judge has ordered the Trump administration to return a Maryland man, Kilmar Abrigo Garcia, who the administration says he has MS-13 ties. He was erroneously deported to an El Salvador prison. A judge has now ordered him to be returned by Monday. I just saw that. Maybe I can get you a little more background on that. I know I can. Hold on. Yes, I have it right here. Here's the headline, and real quick, just so you can see it here. The U.S. must return a Maryland man mistakenly deported to an El Salvador prison, judge says. So while you look at the stocks, I'll catch you up. A federal judge, AP says, a federal judge today ordered the Trump administration to arrange for the return of a Maryland man to the U.S. after he was mistakenly deported to a notorious El Salvador prison. U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement expelled Kilmar Abrigo Garcia last month, despite an immigration judge's 2019 ruling that shielded him from deportation to his native El Salvador, where he faced likely persecution by local gangs. The man's wife is a U.S. citizen. The White House has cast the man as an MS-13 gang member and says that U.S. courts lack jurisdiction over the matter because the Salvadoran national is no longer in the U.S. The man's attorneys have countered there is no evidence he was in MS-13. The allegation is based on a confidential informant's claim in 2019 that he was a member of a chapter in New York where he has never lived. The White House had described his mistaken deportation as an administrative error. So will he be returned by Monday? That's a whole other question. He is in a notorious El Salvador prison now. By the way, while I was talking, the Dow is back down above 20, it's down over 2,100 points. It's getting close to its low for the day. We have 56 minutes left in the trading day. Meanwhile, the S&P 500 is now down 5.75%. If it were to hit 7% before 3:25 Eastern Time, we would have a 15-minute circuit breaker. NASDAQ down 5.63%. Russell 2000 down 5.07%. Teddy Boy says contempt of court if Trump ignores order. What is going to happen? Is that Maryland man going to be returned from an El Salvador prison to the U.S.? Priscilla Alvarez with CNN reports that the judge said that the Maryland man, Kilmar Abrigo Garcia, a Salvadoran national, he's married to a U.S., he had permission to be in the U.S., and is married to a U.S. citizen. He has been ordered to be returned from this El Salvador prison to the United States by 11:59 p.m. on April 7th. By 11:59 p.m. on April 7th, which is about, 81 hours from now? What is going to happen with that? They're either going to return him or they're not going to be returning him. That's a big story either way. Jimmy Z and J says, what happens if they don't? I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Meanwhile, the Dow is down 5.2%. Hey, thank you, by the way, for your support, Slot Lady. And Confidence in God. Also, JBomb86, thanks for your support. And Namaxwe, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. And Pragmatic Realist, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. All right, give me a moment here. That's big news. That's very big news, that story about the Maryland man. Let me mention, Reuters was reporting that as well about the judge. Hang on a moment here. Yes, judge orders Trump administration to return deported Maryland man from U.S. from El Salvador. Reuters says a U.S. judge ruled today that the Trump administration must return to the United States a Maryland man who was wrongly deported to El Salvador last month as part of a U.S. agreement with El Salvador to detain alleged gang members. The U.S. government has acknowledged that the deportation of the man, a Salvadoran migrant, Kilmar Abrigo Garcia, whose lawyers say he was in the country legally. The U.S. government has acknowledged that deportation was made in error, but it says it had no legal authority to bring him back to the U.S. One of our viewers said, can you do a poll about that? Maybe if we can do a poll real quick about that. Will the Trump administration return the man by Sunday? That's the poll question. The guy we've been talking about. That'd be quite, it's going to be a big deal either way. Because if they don't, obviously, they'd be ignoring a judge's order, unless there's some other ruling that's going to happen by some other judge. I don't know. Can they appeal it or what? I have no idea. And then, so who knows how appeal might play out. But assuming they have to do it or not do it by Sunday, either they don't do it, or if they do it, it's like this big scene of a guy returning from the El Salvador prison. It's our fourth poll we're doing. Dow is still down about 5%. I asked you guys, I said, will the Trump administration comply with the judge's order and return the man who was living in Maryland from the El Salvadoran prison, as they've been ordered to do today by a federal judge? Over on YouTube, wow, YouTube, 82% say no. 18% say yes. 82% of you say no on YouTube. All right. On Twitch, let me post let me, sorry, post that. On Twitch, 96% of people say no on Twitch. What's happening with this? 96%. Wow. You guys are very pessimistic that the Trump administration will return the man. It could be a big crisis. One of our viewers, TP Acoustic, thinks El Salvador, says they can't bring him back if El Salvador won't let them. Do you think El Salvador will say, you can't have him back? I mean, the agreement is with the U.S. to imprison the people the U.S. wants imprisoned there. Billy Joe says Trump isn't known for listening to judges. Well, thanks for voting in our poll. Hey, thanks also to Macro Geek for the gift membership. So nice of you, Macro Geek. Thank you. Hey, the Dow. I mean, it feels weird to say this. It's pairing its losses, even though it's down almost 5%. At one point, it was down like 5.3%. We have about 47 minutes left in the trading day. So let's see how things play out. There's running out of time for a circuit breaker. A circuit breaker would have to happen before 3:25 p.m. It would have to go down really fast for us to get, and a lot for us to get to a circuit breaker at this point. But we're going to do it. We're going to stick with it until the close of trading. Thank you, by the way, to our moderators. I really appreciate all of our moderators being here. Over on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, I Got That Fire, Matthew, Kohai 3, Sarah, and Tariag. Thank you so much, moderators. Beth Mythical, Janet B., thank you. I really appreciate it. They are the ones who allow us to even have chat rooms, keep everything civil and respectful there. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, and K. Lowry Body. Margaret Riley on Facebook. Shout out to our subscribers like Rita Evans Lang on Facebook, Robert Rial II. Thank you, Robert. Kay and Margaret as well. Shout out some of our Twitch subscribers. Thanks to our Twitch subscribers like Matthew Kohai 3, Nikki Newark, Adouthis, Renton, Massachusetts Guy, Pragmatic Realist, Bogan 04, Kitty Tiger, Artful Nothing, Uncle Floyd GG, No Time for This Today, Allistic, Gina Pina, Neo Geo Zach, all of our Twitch subscribers. Did I say Wall Street and Shaggy? Thanks. If the man who was living in Maryland and is now in that famous prison, notorious prison in El Salvador, if he actually does get returned, will he then do a TV interview where he talks about what it's like in there? Because obviously we haven't heard from anybody who's been sent to that prison under Trump. I think if it's not tied up in appeals, if either he is not returned, opposing the judge, or he is returned, either of those two options is a really big story. Amber Marie thinks, well, things are going to be okay in the long run and everybody is going to feel stupid. Lithrone thinks that's another reason why they won't bring him back. Jane Hubbard says, all my money going. Hey, thank you so much to BBG. That's really nice of you. BBG just gave a bunch of people memberships in the YouTube chat. Super nice of you. Thank you, BBG. All right, well, 42 minutes left. It certainly looks like we're not going to have a circuit breaker today because that would have to happen in the next 7 minutes. And S&P 500 would have to go down a bunch. It has to go down 7%. S&P 500 is now down 5.5%. Again, S&P 500 is down 5.5%, NASDAQ 5.37%, Russell 2000 5.15%. If the numbers are where they are now, you're talking about the S&P 500 losing 10% in 2 days, Dow Jones losing 9% in 2 days, NASDAQ losing over 11% in 2 days. So far, no big move either way in the last half hour or so. Will we see some sort of significant move in the last 41 minutes of trading, guys? Bitcoin, we've talked about this, is up a little bit. It's up a little bit today. MacMan thinks a big sell-off is coming on Monday. Well, now remember, Bitcoin is up, it's about 84,200, roughly up by about roughly 3%. Remember, so let's think about this. The 9th is 5th, 6th. Isn't the 9th Wednesday? Because the retaliatory tariffs, the 10% tariffs, go into effect tonight at 12:01 a.m. The bigger tariffs on various countries go into effect on the 9th at 12:01 a.m. So that would be Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. That's the big deadline. Tuesday night technically Wednesday morning at 12:01 a.m. We'll do, if the tariffs are still in, if they haven't been done away with by then, we would do a stream covering that live on Tuesday night, because that's a huge development if they actually go into effect. I'm Puff Puff says this isn't even the crash yet. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if investors have priced in the assumption that the tariffs will go into effect, or are some investors thinking, well, they're not going to go into effect. There'll be some deals reached or whatever. It is now 3:22 p.m. Eastern Time. So, guys, it looks like no circuit breaker today. Oh, I have an update for you guys. NBC News is reporting that a TikTok deal had been reached to sell TikTok, but the China tariffs presented a late-breaking hurdle. China, the source adds, instructed ByteDance to not move forward with a deal at this time. NBC News is saying that a deal had been approved and ready to announce. I don't know if this is true, but the recently imposed tariffs on China presented a late-breaking hurdle. China instructed ByteDance not to move forward with a deal at this time, said this person. I don't know if that's true. President Trump today said he was extending the deadline for TikTok to be sold, the American TikTok to be sold or banned, sold by a Chinese company or banned. He was extending that deadline 75 days. Hey, the Dow is now down only 4.56%. Could it rally a little bit at the end of at the close in the last 35 minutes? We will have to see. The Washington Post is reporting also on this story that we've been telling you about, that a judge orders Trump administration to bring back Maryland man mistakenly deported to El Salvador. The Post says a federal judge today ordered the Trump administration to ask the government of El Salvador to release a man U.S. immigration officers mistakenly deported to a mega prison there last month in an emergency ruling after his lawyers argued the man was at imminent risk of death. The judge, Paula Zinnis in Maryland, ordered the Trump administration to return the man, the husband of a U.S. citizen and a longtime Maryland resident, to the U.S. by no later than 11:59 p.m. on Monday. Is it Monday or Sunday? Yeah, Monday. The Trump administration has acknowledged that federal officers mistakenly deported the man to a prison filled with gang members. An immigration judge years ago had barred the man's removal to El Salvador because he most likely faced threats of persecution from gang members. U.S. officials have argued that the U.S. is powerless to effectuate his return because he is now in Salvadoran custody, and also that his lawyers have not clearly shown he would face harm in the prison. The Dow is down 4.4%. Not as much as earlier. NASDAQ down 4.87%. S&P 500 down 5.12%. Russell 2000 down 5%. Up. Just as I spoke, it went down more. We are watching the end of trading here. We have 33 minutes left in the trading day. Jimmy ZNJ says maybe a recovery will kick in. Corn Dog says panic sellers are hilarious. Oh, my face is in the way of the chart. Too bad. I'll move it. I can move it in a second. I don't know. Make it. Do I want to make it a little smaller? There, I can do that. There. Now it's not in the way for the moment. It'll be in the way again shortly. Slot Lady says there are 32 minutes left. I have decided to stay on the air until the close of trading today. That is the commitment I have made to you, to stay on the air until closing of trading. And tell you any new developments that come up. Peru is same as Central Time. It is where I am. It's where it says it on the lower right, 2:29 p.m. Eastern Time, 3:29 p.m. The Wall Street Journal has a similar report to the NBC News. They say that Thursday that the administration officials were in discussions this week about a framework of a Tik Tok deal, but on Thursday morning, after Trump had announced the tariffs on China on Wednesday, ByteDance representatives told the White House China would not approve a deal until negotiations happened over trade and tariffs. So both NBC News and Wall Street Journal are saying that the Chinese government said that they will not approve, for the moment, a deal to have TikTok be sold because of the tariffs. Oh, thank you to Crypto King. And thanks, Crypto King, for shouting out our moderators. Thank you. Thanks, Crypto King, for your support. All right. We are officially at 30 minutes left until the end of trading for today and for the weekend. 30 minutes left. What will happen? What was this thing? Hey, thanks also to, I really appreciate it, Phil Anderson. Thank you, Phil, for your support. Now, Andrew Huffman thinks it'll sell at the close. I don't know. Are we going to see a big move at the close? It was down, at one point it was down 5.3%. For a lot of the day, it was not down this much. At one point, it was down 5.3% or something like that. But now it's 4.5%. And I'll give you the updates on the other indexes as well. They've basically been moving roughly with each other. NASDAQ down 4.6%. S&P 500 down 4.8%. Russell 2000 down 4.75%. Justin King says maybe it'll close around 39,000. There are now 27 minutes. Hey, down. It's only down 4.3% now. 27 minutes left in the trading day. How is it going to go into the weekend? How will it go into the weekend? Alan Jack says late rally. Our viewer mentioned after hours. Amber Donker. What are the after hours trading hours today? I got to look it up. One of our viewers said a Chinese released a statement on TikTok. Is that true? I'll have to look that up. Is it 4 to 8 p.m.? End at 8 p.m., our viewers are saying. Saying after hours trading on Friday till 8 p.m. None on Saturday and Sunday, right? Neo Geo Zach thinks people should buy the dip. Our viewer Surrand68 thinks it'll be 4% at the end of the day. One of our viewers said you could check futures over the weekend. That's what Matt said. Thanks Shrocky and Bad Toastery for subscribing on Twitch. I don't know if I thanked them before. And thanks to ZZGGYY. Skipfu says, what does a dip look like in a free fall? Marty Haynes says, is this what winning looks like? Dr. Chronic says, I hope there isn't high prices and product shortages while the factories are relocated. Hey, look, it's only down 4.12%. Is it making a late comeback for the day? I mean, 4.12% is still a lot. We have 24 minutes. What is going to happen? Zahias says, so much winning. Randy Jackson says, these are taxes on U.S. consumers, talking about the tariffs. We are bringing you live coverage of the market falling today. The time is 3:38 Eastern time. We have about 22 minutes, guys. It's kind of been stuck there, the Dow at about 4.3 range for a little while. And just to update you on the other indexes, NASDAQ at 4.36, S&P 500 4.69, Russell 2000 minus 4.46. Off their lows for the day, but still quite far down. Do I have to do that now? So I can fix the graphic? So I can fix the, so you can see the chart? Will there be any more pushes down today? Or is it just going to keep getting, or is it going to stay the same? Or are we going to see a little bit of a rally? We got about 20 minutes left in the trading day, guys. 21 minutes left. What's going to happen? I have no idea. I'm seeing some different predictions in the chat. Baby Duck thinks people are taking advantage buying, it will go up. Some of our viewers mentioned the VIX volatility index. I don't know much about it, but did it go up? It's up like 43% today. It is a market index representing expectations for volatility over the coming 30 days. 19 minutes left in the trading day. We are staying on the air to see what happens in the rest of the trading day. It's back over 4.5%. Back over 4.5% down. We haven't seen that in a little while. What's happening? Briefly. Only about 18 minutes left. No more polls. We've done 4 polls. That's enough polls for the day. Matt says the last 5 minutes, just watch. It's really been kind of in this range for a little while now. Maybe it'll basically stay like this until it closes. 17 minutes left. One of our viewers just said, who said it? Where'd it go? Korinaninchen thinks it's going to go down to about 1900 by the end. Jay Does says Europe will likely respond next week still. I gotta see about. We know China. We know that China has responded certainly. So CNBC says that the European Union is keeping all options open if it fails to negotiate a way out of the tariffs. So we might have to wait a little bit to see. Maybe Europe's going to wait until the tariffs actually are put into effect. Yeah, Europe has said that the EU has said that they're negotiating and formulating their response still. We're at 4.29% down. All right, 15 minutes. Oh, sorry, we've been on the air for a little while today. 15 minutes left until the end of the trading day. I'm wondering, will we get the video of the closing bell? I don't know if we will have closing bell. Some days we get that. So far, really not much of big a move in the last hour or so, I feel like. Last 45 minutes. 14 minutes left. Some of our viewers think it's going to be closed down 1776 points. Agent X says, is this Deliberation Day? Other indexes. NASDAQ down 4.59%. S&P 500 down 4.83%. Russell 2000 down 4.29%. Moody says Trump is golfing. Yes, Trump was playing golf today. I believe that's done. Yes, I can tell you because the White House pool reporter, Emily Gooden, reported that President Trump motorcade left Trump International Golf Club, West Palm Beach at 3:28 p.m. Okay, it's 4.6% now. Are we seeing a little move down at the end of the day? I don't know. We're at about 12 minutes left in trading today, guys. Are we going to see a little move? What, a 4.64% down? Bill Huang thinks it's going to be a big move down right now. We're very close to the end of the trading day. If you're trading, you only have about 10 minutes to get your trades in. The anonymous prepper channel says final big drop. Oh, look what's happening. 4.75% down. We haven't seen that number in a little while. What is happening? Could we be seeing a late move? It doesn't seem to be going up in the last few minutes. All right, it's now at 4.8% down. Are we going to go back to 5% down? 10 minutes left, about 11 minutes left in the trading day. I'm assuming roughly similar things are happening with the other indexes. NASDAQ is at 4.85% down. S&P is now down over 5% again, minus 5.12. And Russell 2000 down 4.08%. Mr. Grigsby said bye, bye, bye. I am waiting here. All right, we have less than 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes until the market closes. Final 10 minutes. Final 10 minutes before the weekend. Huge drops today, going along with the huge drops yesterday. Yesterday, the Dow was down about 4%. NASDAQ was down about 6% yesterday. And big drops again today after China. We just saw a big move down after China retaliated with 34% tariffs on the U.S. I believe that was before the market opened today. Okay, we're getting close to 5% down. What's going to happen here at the end of the day? We're seeing a little bit of a move down. We're seeing a little bit of a move down right now. Maybe some last minute selling. Less than 9 minutes until market close. We hit down 5% and over 2,000 points again. Okay, making a late move down. It seems to be making a late move down. The S&P is now down 5.5%. NASDAQ is down 5.25%. Russell 2000 down about 4%. Hey, thanks so much, Babs, for the gift membership. Thank you, Babs. Thank you, J-Bomb, for your support on Twitch. J-Bomb86. Okay, we are seeing a move down in the final minutes of trading before the weekend. Got about 8 minutes left. Look at this. I got my eyes on the other indexes. S&P is now down 5.54%. NASDAQ is off 5.3%. Oh, late selling. We're seeing some late selling. We are seeing some late selling. About 7 minutes left. Holistic says, yikes. We are nearing the day's lows with the Dow. S&P 500 is down over 5.5%. 7 minutes until 4 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to hit. We just hit 2,100 points down on the Dow. It is getting close to its low for the day. It is now 5.23% down. It is getting close to its low for the day in the closing minutes. Oh my gosh, we are seeing a move down. It is moving down. S&P 500 is at minus 5.7%. We are seeing some late selling. It is now down 5.3%, the Dow. Wow. I thought maybe it might go up a little bit before the close. That's the opposite is happening. Are we down? We're just about at the low for the day, I think. S&P 500 is now down 5.78%. NASDAQ is down 5.53%. Russell 2000 down 4.02%. We got to be close here on the Dow low for the day. I don't know exactly what it is, but we got to be close. Look at the Dow. It's down 2,200 points. Breaking news, Dow down 2,200 points for the moment. Thank you so much to our viewer, Dina Soul. Thank you, Dina, for the gift memberships. That's very nice of you. Look at this, down 2,200 points. Oh my gosh. S&P 500 is at 5.8% down. Look at this late selling. We are seeing some, could we hit 6% Dow down the way this is going? We have about 5 minutes left in the day. Definitely seen a late, look on your screen there on the right of the graph. You see that late down move before the close. Wall Street Journal says stocks in free fall. That's their headline on their site. Less than 5 minutes now. Maybe a little bump before the end of the day. Oh no, now we're back down. $5.53%, 5.54%. It continues to drop. Look at this. S&P 500 is almost 6% down on the day. 5.94% down on the S&P 500. Look at this. Wow. I think we're at the low for the day at this point. I don't remember it being this low. Dow down 5.5%. S&P 500 approaching 6% down. NASDAQ down 5.68%. Got a few minutes left of trading, probably about 3.5 minutes. Huge drop. Over 2 days, Dow is down close to 10%. Over 2 days, NASDAQ is down close to 12%. We have hit 5.5% there again. Wow, crazy. Thank you to, thanks so much to Capitalist 88 for your support, who thinks that, it says, been buying robotic stocks and upstream energy, drilling, etc. stocks today, bargain. So Capitalist 88 has been buying today, Capitalist says. Thanks for your support. That's not coming from me. That's coming from Capitalist, by the way. I do not give financial advice. We're at 5.5% down for the day, close to the low for the day. S&P 500 is almost at 6% down today. Oh my gosh, another move down. Look at this. We have about just a few minutes left in trading. Do I have the market close? I don't think I'm going to have the closing bell. So we just have to watch it here. But look at this, guys. Wow. Oh, 5.6%. We're seeing a late drop, 5.6% down of the Dow. S&P is over 6% down today. The S&P 500 is down 6.03%. NASDAQ is down 5.79%. Russell 2000 down 4.15%. We are hitting the lows of the day. Almost 2,300 point drop in the Dow. We only have about 2 minutes left. Wow. Hey, thanks J-Bomb for your support on Twitch and Bart Bad Eye for subscribing on Twitch. Oh, there's the bell. We're going to get the closing bell. Hold on, what's this? What happened? Where's the clock? Where's the actual, that's Reuters. But where did the thing go? They just replaced that. They replaced the ticker. Hold on, let me see if I can get the ticker up for you. I'll get the ticker up for you. Give me a moment here. Hold on, I'm getting the ticker up for you guys right now. There's the ticker right there. You can see it. We're going to watch the closing bell and have the ticker up. Get ready for the closing bell. Yay! Yay! Oh, hold on. They got rid of it too. The ticker is gone. Ding, 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 ding. All right. I assume we'll get the ticker back in a second. I will tell you what's going on as I wait to get the ticker back. Hooray! All right. The Dow is at minus 5.5%. S&P 500 is down 5.98%. NASDAQ is down 5.82%. Russell, there it is. There it is. Oh my gosh, we got it back. We got the ticker back. Look at this, 5.5%, down 2,200 points. Wow. Wow. Breaking news. The Dow drops 5.5%. And the S&P 500 again was down 5.97%. Basically, the S&P 500 went down 6% today. NASDAQ went down almost 6% after dropping 6% yesterday. Russell 2000 down 4%. Wow. Big two-day move down by the markets. All right, I'm going to take some comments from you guys. Wow, guys. Whew. Our viewer, J.K. Cinar, says a wild poker game. I don't know where that ranks in biggest drops. That's a good question. I have to look that up. Anthony R. says, are we great yet? Bird Nerd says the clapping is a tradition. Sven Hoke thinks Monday will be worse. Siren Muscle says crude oil is down, gas prices will be cheaper. Well, I had read an article saying that crude oil was down because it was expected that demand would go down because of economies not doing well. Wow, that was really something. I got to post that result. So, you know, hold on a second here. Let me post this. Let me just post something real quick. So again, just to go over the numbers one more time. The Dow today lost 5.5% after losing about 4% yesterday. The S&P 500 lost about 6% after losing around 5% yesterday. NASDAQ lost almost 6% after losing 6% yesterday. Wow. Will this impact President Trump, how he sees the tariffs, his commitment to the tariffs? I don't know. The NASDAQ is now in a bear market. Hold on, let me show you this real quick. Trump tariff tailspin worsens, NASDAQ ends in bear market, says Reuters. Wall Street nosedived for a second straight day today, with the NASDAQ composite confirming a bear market and the Dow Jones Industrial Average entering a correction, as an escalating global trade war spurred the biggest losses since the pandemic. Fallout from President Trump's sweeping tariffs stoked fears of a global recession, wiping trillions of dollars of value from U.S. companies. Declines on indexes were the heaviest since the pandemic during Trump's first term. NASDAQ slide confirmed a bear market for the tech-heavy index compared to its record high back on December 16th. Meanwhile, the Dow Jones confirmed a correction to its record closing high on December 4th. Since late on Wednesday, when Trump boosted tariff barriers to their highest level in more than a century, investors have dumped stocks, fearing both the new U.S. economic reality and also how U.S. trading partners might retaliate by steepening their own trade barriers. The CBOE Volatility Index, the VIX, I believe it is, or Wall Street's fear gauge, hit its highest level since August. China's finance ministry said it would impose additional tariffs of 34% on all U.S. goods from April 10th. Markets then dropped further on talks between the prime ministers of Britain, Australia, and Italy on how to respond to Trump's tariff salvo. One expert that Reuters talked to said, right now, how bad it gets depends on how committed the administration is to this set of policies, which clearly the market is voting against. Whew, what is going to happen? Where is this all going? 12:01 a.m. tonight, our viewer Bacon Cat says so much winning. 12:01 a.m. tonight is when the 10% U.S. tariffs on various countries come into play, on most countries. And then 12:01 a.m. on April 9th is when the higher retaliatory tariffs for a bunch of countries, like the China tariffs, 34% rate, goes into effect. Our viewer Jerry says, don't listen to anyone who tells you the stock market will bounce back in no time. I don't know what's going to happen. Our viewer, was it John, who said Tesla down 10%? Tesla is down to 239.43. It was down 10.4% today. You can see AP says S&P 500 plunges 6% to close its worst week since 2020 after China retaliates against Trump's tariffs. I believe the S&P 500 is seen as like the most representative index. Hang on. Here's what AP says. This headline. Where's my headline here? Where'd it go? Where'd my headline go? Here. They still have that picture of this guy. They've had this picture up all day of this guy, AP. What other pictures do they have? That guy. That guy. Concerned looking people at the stock market. The worldwide sell-off for financial markets slammed into a higher, scarier gear today, they say. S&P plummeted 6%, Dow Jones 5.5%, NASDAQ dropped 5.8%. Markets are facing their worst crisis since the COVID crash after China matched President Trump's big raise in tariffs in an escalating trade war. Not even a better-than-expected jobs report was enough to stop the slide. The price of oil slid to its lowest level since 2001. One of our viewers said this was definitely Xanax day. Mort says, good news, cheaper gas. Koraninshin says, EU hasn't even reacted yet. They said they're working on negotiations and also formulating their response in case the negotiations don't work. Our viewer Orville B says this is painful. Wow. What a couple of days. The biggest drop since the pandemic. Hey, thanks to Matt. Matt says, I need Dow Jones to be 33,000 before I get back in. Thank you so much, Matt. Much appreciated. Also, thanks, Jorthio, for being a member. Thanks, hang on a second here. Remember, this has been 2 straight days of huge losses. It'd be a big story if it was 1 day. This is 2 days. Paul Anderson modding too. Thanks, Paul. Paula Thompson says, I feel like I haven't taken a breath since this started. G Slayer says, I cannot believe what I am looking at. Leslie Ladyhawk thinks 6% is worth panicking over. By the way, President Trump 39 minutes ago, President Trump posted on True Social 39 minutes ago, only the weak will fail. That's his post 40 minutes ago. Only the weak will fail, in capital letters. I mean, is that supposed to be like I'm sticking with my tariffs? Interesting. Interesting. JTB thinks he's going to double down on his strategy. Hectate thinks China made a mistake. That's what Trump said earlier. Oh, thank you so much to the Prepared Ranch. I appreciate that, Prepared Ranch. Thank you so much. Thanks for the recommendations, too. I'll let you... I mean, it sounds like it's a reference to, like, the market going down again today. I don't know for sure. Sean TV thinks when Trump says weak, he really means poor. Thank you, Sean. I am in Lima, Peru still, but I came on the air today because this was important, and I wanted to cover it. Wow. I wonder if he's going to speak on this. Well, I mean, he posted that, but will he want to say something, or, you know, after 2 days of this? One of our viewers, JTB, said, is this when we start eating the bugs? He was playing golf for a bunch of today. He's not anymore, but he was. That is true. There was a 7.2 earthquake north in the water east of Papua New Guinea, northeast of Australia. Just throwing that out there. There is a tsunami threat, what is it, near the coast? Hold on. I'll tell you here. My guess is it's near there. It says here, hazardous tsunami waves are possible for coasts located within about 180 miles of the earthquake epicenter. And so Papua New Guinea, I'm probably pronouncing this wrong, Papua New Guinea needs to be aware of possible tsunami waves. I don't know that there's anywhere else. Are parts of Australia close to it? Anyways, we're not covering that right now, so I'll keep an eye on it. But by the way, it is now, did they revise it down, that earthquake? I think USGS might have revised it down. Oh, no, there were two of them? Look, were there two? I'm confused. It says 7.2, 6.9. I wonder if it's the same one. I mean, it's 1 minute difference. It's a 1 minute difference between these two. I wonder if it's the same earthquake. I don't know if it's going to stay like this. Because it's roughly the same location, roughly, in two different earthquakes. So maybe there were two, I don't know. But it's a 1 minute difference. EMSC only has one of them listed, for whatever it's worth. EMSC, which does earthquake, it's an earthquake site I use too. They only have one listed. So I don't know what to say. It's trying to show you here. Anyways. Yes. Let's see. Hold on. Hold on. Yes, it was one earthquake. There you go. There's USGS has removed one of the earthquakes, and they're now saying there was one 6.9. You can see it right there. There it is. All right, guys. We've been on for a while. I really need to eat something. I haven't eaten. We took you through to the close of the market today. There could be more news, but I got to start wrapping up this stream. Who knows? There could be news 24 hours a day. President Trump could post something. I have no idea. If he posts something big or something big happens, we'll do another stream. But I really appreciate you guys joining our market coverage today. Big moves down. One of our viewers said, it'll get worse, you'll be back. Well, it's possible that'll happen. But certainly, major move down in the markets today, and that's 2 days in a row. And we haven't even seen the tariffs actually come into force yet. Tonight at 12:01 a.m. is when the 10% tariff on many countries comes into effect, and then April 9th at 12:01 a.m. is when the larger reciprocal tariffs like the 34% on China come into effect. Will Trump stick with it? Will we still have these tariffs coming into effect on the 9th of April? We'll have to see. We'll find out next week. Our viewer Tantar said next week is going to be wild. Anyways, Tectonic Passenger thinks everyone is freaking out over very little. Well, we are going to wrap up this live stream, but I really appreciate you being with us, and I'm assuming there'll be more big news to cover in the coming days. Hey, thanks to Ronald Kame for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you. So thanks for bearing with me as I'm here in Peru. I know it doesn't look and sound like it normally does, but doing the best I can. Subscribe and follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda here. And also, I will post updates about various news things on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. You can follow me over there, @Lookner on X, for breaking news. And make sure you turn on the notifications for the channel. We have our own notification system. It works awesome. I don't know when big news is going to happen, so I can't tell you in advance what our schedule is going to be, but you can get sent a notification every time we go live. If you sign up for our notifications, make sure you do that. The link is, the mods will post the link to the notifications. It's free. They're free. And you can also get that link on the description, in the description of the video, of this video on Facebook and YouTube. And big shout out. So I really appreciate you guys being here and sending me comments, letting me read your comments on the air, sending me questions and updates. Thank you. Also, thanks so much to our moderators for being here. You guys are amazing. A lot of people in the chat rooms today, and we can only have those chat rooms because our moderators are there keeping things under control. So huge thanks to our moderators who have been there today. Over on YouTube, people like Beth Mythical, thank you so much for being there. Janet B. and all of our other moderators. Cynthia Moon, thank you. Greatly appreciate it. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. Big Ball of Yarn, I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev, all of our other Twitch moderators, thank you. Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson. Thanks so much to our moderators. And big shout out also to everybody who donated. That's super nice of you. Your donations are what allows this channel to exist. So thank you so much for your support. If you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But I think I thanked everybody. Let me make sure I got everybody. I think I did. I hope I did. Oh, Dennis Kennedy. Thank you, Dennis Kennedy, for your support. Also, Roger Shoemaker. Roger says, are you going to cover the hands-off protest tomorrow? I don't know. I'll have to see. I'll just have to see. I'll keep an eye on things. I can't, we'll see. I'll say we'll see. I'm sure we'll be doing more coverage soon, though. I got to see what everything looks like and what's going on. Let's see here. Thank you, Roger. I really appreciate your support. Roger Shoemaker. Also, we have a chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. On Discord, it's free. Check it out. A lot of our viewers like doing that. Same link as the free notifications. Check out our Discord chat. Thanks so much to our Discord mods for all you do as well. Shout out to our Discord mods. Hey, if you're on X, follow Agenda Free TV on X. That's also another really good way to find out when we're going live. At Agenda Free TV, I always post there before we go live, and post updates about the channel at Agenda Free TV. And a reminder to those of you who watch on YouTube, I would highly recommend turning the notifications on YouTube, because can be really helpful in letting you know when we're live. But it's a little confusing how to do that on YouTube. So if you do want to turn on notifications, well, you have to subscribe to the channel first on YouTube. And then once you subscribe, you click the bell and you choose all notifications. So if you are a subscriber, make sure you have the bell checked and the notifications are on. Or not, you have the bell checked and you've clicked all. That's how you do it. All right. Hey, shout out to our Facebook subscribers over there. Thanks to everybody who subscribed over there, like Robert Rial II, Aaron Van Ness, Sharon Klassen Goslin, Rita Evans Lang, Kay, Margaret, all of our other Facebook subscribers. Thank you so much. Our Twitch subscribers, big thanks to you. Matthew Kohai 3, Big Ball of Yarn, Wall Street Shaggy, Ma Florida, thank you. Who says headline should be world stocks down. Yeah, I could have said that too. Twitcher, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Artful Nothing, Shrocky, Massachusetts Guy, CZGGYY, Turnaround. Did I say all for nothing? Artful Nothing. Pragmatic Realist, thanks for the community sub. Barl Bad Eye, I think it is. Thanks to all of our subscribers over there. Wall Street, Shaggy, Sarah, thanks. Uncle Floyd GG. And all of our YouTube members too. Hey, thanks to Denier Fern. Or Denier Fem. Sorry, it's small on my screen because I'm using I have my portable setup. So I can't see which it is. It's one of those two. See if I can figure it out. Denier Fem. That's what it is. Denier Fem. Thanks so much if I'm pronouncing it. Or I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right, Denier. Thanks for the gift membership. Super nice of you. And thanks to all of our YouTube members like Ali C., Denier Fem, thank you. Buffalo Women, Crypto King, Confidence in God, Beam Me Up, Evelyn in Maine, Jimmy ZNJ, Joe Hart, Jesse's Girl, Ali C., Buffalo Women, Roger Shoemaker. I might be repeating things. Crypto King. I really need to eat. I must eat. So, but again, we'll be back when there's more big breaking news. This is a huge story, though. What's going to happen with these tariffs? What is going to happen? I'm just making sure I don't have any other big updates to tell you. All right, guys. Thanks, CAC813, our member. So again, I really appreciate you guys being here for this live stream. And thanks for chatting and being here. And thanks, Debbie Smurthwaite, for watching. Sarah Smile. Jamie Rowland. All right, it's our time. So we have been bringing you live coverage of the second straight big stocks down day in the U.S. today after China retaliated, announcing 34% tariffs on U.S. goods. 12:01 a.m. tonight is when the 10% tariffs by the U.S. on many countries take effect. Then next, I think it's Wednesday at 12:01 a.m. is when the bigger tariffs take effect, even bigger ones. We're going to be on this watching, will these tariffs all take effect as President Trump has vowed, or might there be some kind of deals in the works? We'll have to see. So that is it for now. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.